Alright, I'm here. Hi. Hello, hello. Oh, that's not good. Delete that. Alrighty. I'm back from my very long day of 1 day off of stream. Canada Hazuki says, hello from Sunday. You are in the future. How's it going from the future? Hope you're doing well. Skittle, hello. Hey, hope you're doing well, Skittle. Alrighty. What shall I do today? So last stream, I did a whole bunch. I guess I'll give a recap, because maybe some people weren't here. And I always like to recap what I do at the start of each stream. It's been 84 years. I know. It feels like it. So yeah, I always recap what I do at the previous stream, but last stream I did a whole bunch of plein air paintings, or virtual plein air from Google Maps. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. And like, so here was the reference for one of them, and then I did the image. And it was just a lot of fun, because one, they were quick. So, oh wait, my webcam's on. There we go. There. Yeah, so they were done very quickly. That's like point number one. But point number two was that I wasn't really trying to be exact. Like, obviously, the mountain line is higher, which makes the mountains feel a little bigger. So, like, stuff changed, right? Also, these are really low-resolution images right now. But I have a whole bunch of them, and I really enjoyed doing all of them. Like, this one was very much more zoomed in and sort of small scale. And also, I removed a lot of the clutter and noise. And I thought it was nice. It was I almost should have put the mountains in the background again, but maybe not. But anyway, so stuff like that. It was just a lot of fun. I did 4 of them. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. But yeah, it is weird. It feels like my entire week was all goofed up from just 1 day. It was only 1 day, but the way that my schedule ends up being because of that 1 day, everything is moved. Like, my work was moved, which I normally do a certain thing on like Wednesdays, but instead of that, it was done on Friday, and I don't normally work Friday, and so it doesn't feel like whatever day it's supposed to be, a Saturday. It doesn't feel like a Saturday. It was weird because it was so long since I had streamed. Just, I don't know, it's funny how, like, because I have a very, like, I stick to my, I mean, you know, Skittle, right? Like, you stick to your routine very, like, you know, you're very on time, and I feel like you don't deviate really from it. You're very punctual and prompt. I don't know. Is prompt the right word? You're very consistent. Yeah, it's nice to have a routine. It's the you know, it's like, it's a nice balance of, at least for me, it's a nice balance of, I have a very small routine. It's not a routine that takes up, you know, 10 hours a day, right? It's just a couple hours on some days, and other days can be chaos, and that's okay, because it balances out with, like, the routine part. But when the routine gets messed up, then the whole thing goes haywire. Usually you're late. I mean, I was late by 5 minutes today. That's okay. Being a little late is fine. Okay, so I closed the window. So I am going to just do my usual, but maybe I'm going to try to draw on some of the knowledge that I have learned, which I don't know what that is, but surely I've learned something. So we're going to just jump straight in. Fashionably late. Ah, yes. I never really got what that meant. Like, was it fashionable at one time? Is that the idea? Like, you arrive when the party is just getting started, and it's like, you bring life to it, kind of, like, is that the idea? Because when people are late, for me, like, if they're actually late, it's one thing if, like, there's a 30-minute window or something, like, where most people arrive like 30 minutes before something's supposed to start, and someone gets in right at the last minute. Like, that's not late. That's still on time. I don't think that is a negative. But if you're actually late when, like, I mean, obviously it depends, and normally you don't really care when someone's late to something, but I don't in any way see that as, like, you know, in my eyes, I'm not like, oh, that's an admirable quality. Was that ever a thing? Like, where, like, culturally where being late is like a good thing. I don't know. Maybe I don't understand the context. I don't really get it, but to me it doesn't. I do not view you more in a positive light if you are late. No, and I guess I mean I don't necessarily view you in a negative light either. It's more like, to me, internalized. I don't think of my like. I would never be like, I want to be late, right? It actually bothers me. And I think some people, they'll be like, oh, I don't want to be late, but they constantly are, and it doesn't really bother them because it's like normal. And maybe that's what they mean. Like, it's almost the fashion is like to be late. Is that what that means? It's fashion, like, it's trendy. Not as in it's a good thing, it's just everybody's late. Is that what it means to be? I don't even know what fashionably late means. I feel like it probably is like a California thing where like culturally people just are really bad at time management or something, and so they constantly arrive late. And maybe that's where it came from. I guess we could look it up. Okay, let's look it up. Where did fashionably late come from? I like how I'm asking this as a question. 19th century British high society, according to the robot. Okay, I'm not... Okay. So yeah, okay, it doesn't... Okay, I'm not checking my sources here, but it doesn't explain why it was ever seen as fashionable. It did say the phrase likely did not become coined until much later as a descriptor for an action, and is described in a book titled Tales of Fashionable Life, where a lady of high society describes her arrival to a dinner party as fashionably late. And then they said this behavior transitioned into more broadly accepted social etiquette, representing the act of being slightly tardy to a gathering or event to stand out or create anticipation. So, we're getting raided! No concept, how's it going? Well, we were just talking about being fashionably late. That's not, you are very early. Welcome. How's it going? No concept. And gang? I don't know what you call yourselves. Hello, everybody. Elgato Bastion. And, Navrat. And Luxerme. And Patman. How's it going? Hello, hello. Hopefully you guys aren't all stuck in ads. Hope you're all doing well. Hello, sending my people here, so many of them wanted to learn how to drawing background. Ooh, okay, well, yeah, okay, we can talk about that. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. If you have to raid and run, obviously, feel free. And also, you should share what you were doing today. I want to know what you were up to. How am I? I'm doing well. I just had I took a stream off from streaming, so this is my first day back. In the US, we had Thanksgiving, where we basically just eat a bunch of food and then feel bad about ourselves. So, yeah, where I got back from that, had a busy week, and now I am streaming again. Back to make some... Last stream we did a bunch of, like, just plein air painting, kind of, like virtual from Google Street View. It was a lot of fun. We did a bunch of just very quick sketches, but they were based on environments on Google Street View, and we were focusing on emphasizing elements. So, like, instead of trying to paint them one-to-one, we would take things that we like about them and sort of exaggerate them a little bit. I'm not great at it, but it was a lot of fun. Like, this one, it wasn't exact, it's not the exact thing, right? And like, the mountains, we raised them up, right? Because the mountains were neat. We sort of, we kind of just got rid of some of the stuff that wasn't there, or that was there. But anyway, it was a really fun thing. But today we're not going to do that. Today we are going to just jump straight in, paint from imagination, and really just, yeah, just kind of go with the flow. No concept, because today was a co-working day. I needed a chill day since lots of things happened lately. You know what? Okay, I saw a tweet by you on Twitter or X, and I will say it piqued my interest. I want to know what the gossip is, but I'm sure you don't want to explain it. But if you do, I would love to know. I don't want to get into too much drama, but yeah, I'm sure whatever you're dealing with, hopefully it goes over well. And best of luck to you. Co-working stream is so useful. So is that just where you work on stuff that you want to work on? Is that kind of what it is? But yeah, I guess I could give an introduction to myself. I mean, maybe I already did. But yeah, what I think I'm going to do today is basically just paint fantasy environments. I'm going to start out really simple, and we'll go maybe progressively more, like, you know, we'll push ourselves a little bit. But I just like to start out sometimes with really, really basic stuff. You're working on a commission right now. Oh, nice. How's it going? Do you get stressed out when you're doing commissions, or is it pretty chill? I know some people, like, even me a little bit. I don't know about stressed out. That's not the right word. But for some reason, like, because my commission process tends to be a little bit different than the way I work on stream, because when I work on stream, I am basically just making it up as I go. Whereas when I'm doing a commission, I have, like, a very specific thing that typically... Oh, Vana, hello! Hello, Vana. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the 21 months. That is a lot of time. Sorry, I don't understand the last part about me, but I have to leave and make dinner, so I'll watch stream. Thank you so much for everything you do. Oh, no worries. No worries. Take care. Thank you so much for bringing your community in. You are very kind. I very much appreciate the kindness. No Concept is amazing. If you guys don't know her, go follow her, especially if you speak Spanish, which most of you do since you all came in from her stream. Shout out Nouconcept. Yeah, she's amazing, full of energy, just super cheerful, and just a fun... Like, sometimes before stream, or just at various points, I will just lurk in No Concept stream, because even if I don't understand what she's saying, because I don't speak Spanish, it's still such a, like, it's very inspiring, and like, and it boosts my mood, and it just puts me in a good mood, because she's always such, I don't know, like, the warmth radiates from her, kind of, just like the joy and happy, I don't know, it's a really nice, pleasant place to be. So you guys should go follow her. Okay, what do I want to paint today? I don't know. I think, you know what's fun? Actually, hold on. I have a story to tell. Last time you guys rated me, somebody from your stream... Sorry, I'm trying to find it. I was taking suggestions of what to paint for the day, and somebody recommended I paint a sunset. Just a sunset. And I was really happy with the painting that came out of it. I'm trying to find it. I've lost it in the pile of paintings I have. But once I find it, I will share it. It was you? Oh, was it you? Okay, whoever suggested the sunset. Here, let me find the painting. I'm trying to share. If I can't find it. I've lost it. Help. Can I really not find it? Where is it? Oh, whatever. We'll go to Instagram. It's on my Instagram. I know it's there. It's there somewhere. I love suns. Okay. Well, yeah. So it might have been you. I don't know how to say your name. M1K1K1K4R4. It's probably not how you say your name. But this paint. Oh wait, hold on. I see a marker here. Surely I can find it now. If we go back, it was after this other one, before... Nope, I can't find it. Okay, but anyway, here's the thing. It was this painting. So this is the painting that I painted because you guys recommended it. Oh, you can't see that. It was this one. Somebody recommended a sunset painting. This is the painting that I made that stream, the last time No Concept rated, and I was pretty happy with it. It was a lot of fun, just, again, a very simple painting. We do a lot of simple paintings on the stream. Nothing super complex or crazy story. We try to keep it very, I don't know, just you know, simple stuff. Sometimes there's a little bit of a story. Sometimes there, you know, sometimes there's a little bit of a story going on. But we kind of start this way. We start with a sketch, then we refine it, then we refine it more, and eventually it turns into that. So that's sort of what we do on stream. We paint a lot of stuff. Okay. Now I'm going to start. OMG looks amazing. Oh, thank you. Alex Drawing says, I'm a photographer. I have a photo of a sunset in my city if you would like to see it. Oh, I'd love to see it. Yeah, you're absolutely welcome to share. I would love to see a sunset of your city. OMG looks amazing. That's amazing. Oh, thanks. You guys are very kind. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to start by making shapes. And I don't have any plan. There's no goal right now other than just make something. Maybe I think I might want to do something where we're looking underneath. So, like, maybe there will be some shapes up here that we're kind of, I don't know, looking under. So maybe there's, like, shapes like that. And maybe there's some foreground shapes over here. Something like that, maybe, where we're kind of looking underneath stuff. You know, maybe there's some things, I don't know. We don't have a plan yet. This is... Vegas, hello! Okay, here we go. Here is a sunset painting of Alex Drawing City. Ooh, this is gorgeous! Look at this. That is a gorgeous sunset. Ooh, and with purple lights, too. That is very beautiful. I love how red it's just so red. It makes everything illuminated red. That's a very neat... Alright, let's start by making some shapes. But also, I want to make sure that I add in some light. So let's get some light in here. And I'm kind of thinking about a focal point, like where I want that. So I'm just going to block in some shapes of light. And it doesn't have to be anything in particular. And I'm not sure what this is going to be exactly. But I'm just going to put in some light colors. Something like that. Could be some light coming in. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, thank you for sharing. It's a gorgeous photo. The photo looks amazing. It does. Alright, so we're just gonna start out with some light. I still don't know what we're painting. I'm thinking maybe some trees or some sort of jungle scene. I think jungles are probably my favorite thing to paint. Just because you can kind of go wild with trees and different stuff. Maybe there's a stair. I like staircases. Maybe we go with a nice staircase. So maybe we go like this. Maybe there's some light coming down. Like that. And then maybe there's, you know, we can put some light back here. And I'm just trying to lay in, for me, a big part of environments, and this is, I guess, the first real thing that I'm mentioning that even relates to environments. For me, the biggest thing is just having, like, a foreground, midground, background. If you have, like, a character here, and another character, say, back further, and then another one back even further, right? That's an environment. Like, you've just drawn an environment, right? Here's your... Like, you have 3 things in your scene, you know, at different depths. You know, this one, you know, something like that. That's an environment right there. That's all you need, right? Even just 3 lines, you know, even just a hill. You know, you could have a foreground, midground, you know, background. That's an environment. And so environments can be very simple. So a lot of times it's just a matter of putting things in the space. So yeah, that's something that I think is You know, it could also just be like if you had a desk, right? To me, a scene with like a bunch of stuff on the desk, like a cup, you know, here's a cup. And then here's a book, you know, or here's a couple of books, right? That's kind of an environment because you'll just draw lots of cups, but maybe you have something behind here as well, right? And every time you have overlapping things, that's gonna make it feel, you know, maybe you have something sitting up here. I don't know what it is, a shoe. Maybe there's a shoe on the desk. But that's an environment of sorts, right? Because now you're playing with depth. The only difference is like, well, what if I put, you know, a wall behind it? You know, now it's an interior. But like a lot of times it really is just a matter of having things foreground, midground, background. That's like my biggest tip for environments. It doesn't have to be fancy. Obviously, once you start getting into, you know, like big compositions and you start putting things in front, like a chair, you know, or something, or you know, you start really making shapes. Then it obviously can get more complex, but that's like the big part, I feel like. Because I know a lot of people struggle with environments, and I think it's just a shift in how you think about things a little bit. Because, like, I don't think of them as background. I mean, you can obviously paint backgrounds for, like, animation. Atmospheric perspective is, I guess, something that's kind of unique to them. Let's quickly plop in some stuff. But yeah, anyway, hope everyone's doing well. Thank you so much for being here and coming in with No Concepts Raid. Maybe. I don't know. Not quite sure what I want to do here. Sometimes I just like to warm up by basically scribbling. Kind of like you would if you were a little kid. It doesn't have to, you don't have to have a big idea at the start, in my opinion. It can start really simple. You can play with shapes a little bit. Maybe that's what maybe this one has a big wall on one side. Like that. And then maybe these are like rocks. Something like that. And then there could be little things growing on the rocks. Little bits of light. But if we're going to have that, one of my rules, it's not a real rule, but it's a thing that I like to do, is if I'm going to have light on one part of the object, I want to have it on other, like, if I'm going to have green grass, I can't just put all of the grass in shadow. I'm not allowed to. That's my rule. I want to make sure that I have some of that grass also in the light, right? I can have plenty of grass, you know, in the shadow, that's fine. But I need to have some of it in the light. Because that way it's very easy when you're blocking in big shapes to block in a silhouette of something and not make room for it to be in multiple spots. If that makes sense. So, like, it's easy to sort of be lazy. And so this is my solution to laziness, is like, if I'm gonna put red bricks in the scene, those red bricks need to have some light on them. And it also makes for a nice little place. Or what am I talking about? What does it make for a nice something? I've lost my train of thought. It also makes for a nice little spotlight, right? When you can shine a spotlight on something, there's a lot of stuff you can do with lighting to really show, you know, you can lead the eye, you can guide the eye in different ways. With simple spots, you can see a beautiful scene. Oh, thanks. Yeah, we're just kind of making it up as we go. A lot of it has to do with, you know, perspective. If you can get a nice perspective in here, maybe some ground plane, some rocks. Oh, maybe like that. something like that. Maybe we can see the underside of this, so it's sort of a shadow. What else? Maybe we have a nice, bright background? We could do something like that, actually. Yeah, let's do that. All the way down to the ground. And then we're gonna add some of these lines back. Maybe there's some branches sticking up here. Maybe something like that. And then again, we can put some of this greenery back in here, right? We can put some on here, on these branches. Again, I'm trying to make them in scale, so like maybe this one's a little bigger. But yeah, it can be very simple. Environments don't have to be complex. And of course, we can put a little character in here. Maybe we'll... We'll go like this. A little Red Riding Hood character. There. Maybe she's holding a basket. There. Going hunting for something. There we go. That's not very... I don't know if I like that. But that's not bad. That works. Anyway, there's a nice little scene. Maybe we can also get some roots in here. Now we could maybe... I'm trying to just think about how to frame this scene. I'm flipping the scene a lot. If anybody wonders why I flip my canvas, it's to kind of get a different view. But yeah, Alex Drawing, you said with simple spots you can make a beautiful scene. Honestly, you don't need a lot. You do not need a lot. Not to say that my paintings are beautiful, but you don't need a lot to make a scene a scene. To me, a scene just means that you have space. You have depth. And depth is made by overlapping shapes, some scale with perspective, you know, foreground, midground, background, basically anything to create depth. Anyway, that'll work. Maybe we can get some brown in there. I know another thing that I do a lot is I don't like to paint of the color of the thing. Like, I don't like to paint brown trees too much. I will paint a lot of green. Green is nice. But we can get a little bit of brown in here. Maybe some in the rocks, too. To sort of just push these colors. Maybe another thing we could do is take an airbrush and add some extra atmosphere. So if your scene is feeling a little flat, you can take your background color and lightly, very lightly, you know, don't go like that, but you can lightly put in some fog around the scene. And the further back you go, the more foggy it can be. So, like, maybe I go like this now. And maybe there's a layer of fog here. And that'll kind of push it back into the scene. It'll make it, hopefully it'll add that depth that you want. And then sometimes, because this is still so early in the painting, you can use that to sort of your advantage, and you can keep on designing something. So maybe you go like that, and you know, you want that in the midground, or maybe you want all of this to be lighter. And so you can use that lightness and darkness to really help just separate your layers early and figure out what you're doing with your painting. Thank you for the follow! I appreciate it. Okay, this tree I don't like. I feel like we need some rocks here. And actually, that's another... Here, let's do this. Okay, I got an idea. So, because... Hello, Iron Matt! Hey, I'll keep you playing in the background while I work on my sketches. Nice. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the lurk. And good luck on your sketches. Okay, so I'm going to do something real quick. I am going to... Well, first I'm going to fix my layers because I'm painting on the wrong layer. See? How do I do this? I'm going to copy it and paint bucket and just go like that. I'm just going to paint bucket it in. There we go. Now I'm gonna copy this painting once, and I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna change it a little bit. This is something I like to do when you're just playing around with sketch ideas, because sometimes you have an idea and you don't really like how it's turning out. Oh, you can't see the subtitles. Okay, let me turn... Oh, I didn't turn them on. Caption. How do I do this? There we go. Okay. I'm connecting right now, so hopefully this will... Okay, it should be connected now. There should be captions. They should be on now. Okay, there we go. So, I'm making a duplicate of this so that I can play around on it without fear of ruining my painting. So maybe I want to get rid of this tree. Right? Maybe I want to open this scene up a little bit. Or maybe the tree's still there. And maybe this is, you know, going this way, and so there's sort of some... Maybe there's something like that, right? So it's sort of... There's a path there. Yeah, you know, we're just trying to make it a little more dynamic, fix some of our issues that we had. Now you can see it? Nice. Perfect. I'm glad the subtitles are working now. And so maybe this character is gonna be over here. Oh, why can't I fiddle with it? I don't know. We'll just keep her there. Our little Red Riding Hood character can stay. Nope, maybe not. Could go like that. We could also do something where, like, we bring things across the scene and we get it really dynamic. Your brush size adjustment so fast. How do you do it? Oh, I have a keyboard. I'm hitting my buttons. I don't know if I can show you, but I have my Here, let me do this. Keyboard. Images. I have my buttons bound to A and S. Oh, you can't see this. So these two buttons are my fingers. I go like A is smaller, so that's like smaller, and that's bigger. So I'm using my keyboard. That's how I do it. So I'm constantly adjusting it as I work. But like right here, I might make my brush size a little smaller, and you know, maybe I'll use a really small brush to sketch, but then I use my brush bigger and smaller like that. I'm just holding down the button. That's how I do it. But yeah, let's make some sketchy lines to show contours. I want to say by default the keys are brackets. Yes, so the keys are brackets, but they're much more comfy on that side of the keyboard for me. So normally they're the brackets. Yeah, but spam buttons quickly. So well, if you press and hold down, I only need one button, right? I just press and hold down. So you can see there's a delay. So the first click makes it small or big. So the first click is bigger, and then it gets larger. So I'm just pressing and holding. So I press and it makes larger, and then it gets really big. And that's just by default. I think it goes up by, in this case, let's see, 200 to 250, then to 170, then to 150, then 20, then... So it jumps about... In the lower numbers, it goes up by, like, one at a time. So, like, down here, and I guess it also depends on the size of your canvas. So, like, if you typically paint with a brush size of 1, each click is only gonna increase it by 1 pixel. But then once you get to about 20 pixels wide, it's now increasing it by 5 pixels. And then once you get into, like, the 80 brush size, now it's increasing it by 100 each time. So now it goes up really fast, then 150, then 170, and then 200. So it's kind of, it has this, like, at first it stays pretty tight in there with each brushstroke, but then it starts to ramp up real quick. So when you hold it, are you using any kind of opacity? Yeah, so every one of my brushes has opacity on them. And opacity is great. I don't know how I could function without opacity. Every one of my brushes has opacity. That's the only thing that's really controlled. I mean, technically the texture, but that's not important. But yeah, I use opacity. That's also just how I blend things. If I want to, blend things lightly, I can pick like an opaque color. So if I pick a color like this red, and I want to put some red over here, I'm not just putting it full opacity. I'm almost always lightly painting it in. Right? Or red was a bad example, but like, if I want to lighten something up, I might grab a lighter color and I'll lightly paint it in. I'm not going to just put it into full brightness. Because normally I guess the way that I think about painting is I typically have a light color, like the sky. You can think of it as just this light shining down. And all the colors kind of mix with it, especially in the shadows. And so that's kind of how I treat it. I treat it like here, I can show you. So if you had a scene like this, that's a black scene, there's no light, it's totally dark. Also, thank you for the follow. If you have a scene that's completely dark, and you shine a light on it in the scene, say a blue sky, right? Here, we'll make small arrows here, right? There's skylight coming down. That's going to light our scene in some way, right? It might do something like this, right? And it might do something like this. Right? So it's lighting our scene a little bit. I mean, it might even do something, also you have these, lights coming this way too, right? It's coming every way. And so you also get some light in here and here, right? And so if this is a red, or, if this is maybe not red, maybe a purple. If this is a purple box, it's not going to look like this, but it might look like, again, same purple, but it might look like this, right? It might be very, very light. And so you might get, again, that same sort of purple color. Instead of up here, it might just be a little bit purple, right? It's not going to be crazy. I mean, this is a little neon, actually. But, that way you can mix very, very lightly. You're mixing it with the blue. So it's going to be a more bluish purple. It's going to be a little darker. And so that's kind of the way that I mix colors, is I just very lightly put it in, put the color in. And the same thing with like regular light. If we have light like this that's shining in, maybe like half of our box is in light, something like that maybe. And if we shine some bright light on it, from the sun, and it's going in here, you're also gonna get like light bouncing in here. And so even then right, I might take an orange, like a bright orange, and I'm not going to paint it like that. That's too much. So I will almost always use opacity, and I'll lightly put that orange on there, right? And so I can still get some of that color in there, right? Same thing up here. If I want like some more of that orange, well, in this case, I might just paint it in, you know, very, very hard, something like that. But it typically, that's kind of how I start. So I use a lot of opacity control. Also, this looks terrible, but that's okay. And technically, this you know, blue would have been all the way back here as well. Also, what's happening with my color layer mode? I don't know what's happening. But the colors are mixing vibrantly today, and I don't know why. But anyway, that's not important. The color mixing's a little wonky. But anyway, that's kind of how I think about it. I might even add some extra blue in here, just to sort of, you know, layer in some things. I'm not too precious about it. You know, but yeah, I do use opacity a lot. Anyway, let's get rid of that. So that's kind of how I think about it. If I want to mix a color, I'll bring in that color into here. Okay, so this one, let's get rid of our character there. And we're gonna have, I'm gonna try to do some gesture in here. So maybe there's a, you know, some stuff going this way. Maybe there's something over here. So I'm kind of doing the same scene again, but this time I'm gonna try to add some fluidity to it, right? Some motion, because I think that looks nice in environments. You know, gesture isn't just for characters. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. Maybe we put some shapes, all sorts of stuff. Maybe some little, I don't know, rocks or stones. And of course they can get smaller as they get back, go further back. I like to start out just like when I drew the cube over here, right? I like to start out with darker shapes, and then I can always add light to them. So that's kind of the way that my brain works. Is start out with these solid shapes. And sometimes I want to go like really dark, you know, maybe I want like a dark overhang. Something like that. You know, again, I'm not focused on the details. To me, details and environments are pretty, not completely unimportant, but they're kind of unimportant, you know, because you don't take them all in. I have to do things. What's your stream schedule? My stream schedule is 3 days a week. Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. So today's Saturday. Next stream will be on Monday. Same time as now. 3 days a week. The time is always the same. And I stream for about 4 hours at a time. Maybe these are... little totems. Little totem friends sitting here. I don't know. Something like that, maybe. Little dudes. I don't know. Let's see. What else can we do? So yeah, sometimes we can... Yeah, so I think I was saying with details. I think details are a little overrated in environments. Or not really overrated, but it's one of those things that people focus on a lot, I think. Just because it's easier to focus on details. But last stream when I was doing some... Hey, Cold Case of Creativity, welcome. I was doing some virtual plein air painting last stream. And the reason I'm bringing this up again is because such a big part of it was really it was cutting out the details. It was basically saying, what is it that I don't want in my image? You know, this is too much. There's too much stuff, right? Like all of this, like what do I actually want to paint? You know, I could paint the mountains. I could paint this thingy. I could paint all of these, right? There's so much stuff. It's very noisy. And so a lot of times when you're painting environments, you just have to ask yourself, like, what is really important? And for me, I wanted to paint this thing, right? So that's the thing I focused on. That was the main thing. Everything else I kind of slimmed it down, right? There's not that many, the mountains are back there, but they're very, very, faint. They're not that important. There was that big green thing here that I got rid of, that whole thing. I just got rid of it. It wasn't important for my scene. I just basically kept this stuff, and that was my image, right? This was it. And so a lot of environment painting really is just trying to get rid of the details, because there's just so much. And so I kind of treat that the same way when I'm painting from imagination. I start very, very simple, and then I'll just add in details as I need, but like only in key spots. I don't need to detail this tree. This is the, if this were the painting in real life, maybe I would say these are like those, these things, right? This is the equivalent of my focal point, right? And so maybe I want to focus on these. These, not so much, right? That's not important. So I keep them very simple. Maybe I want to put some details in here, and I can do that if I want. But yeah, that's kind of how I treat environments. I try to keep them as simple as I can. And of course, you're allowed to put details on stuff, but maybe we bring in some green grass. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. Get a little bit of shapes going in on there, just to add some details. I say details now, but really more like shapes. Not so much details, but more shapes. Hey Steph, the Ninja Crispy slaps, and I started Will of the Mini, and it also slaps. Great little book, right? Oh, glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I wasn't sure how you would like the book. I thought the book was pretty great, and the second book is also great so far, but I'm not finished with it. But yeah, how are you, Steph? Hope you're doing well. I didn't really buy anything for Black Friday. Actually, that's not true. I bought a pair of shoes, because my current shoes has like a tiny little pinhole in the bottom because it's gotten very thin from me wearing them so much. You wouldn't know it from looking at the outside, because they look nice from the outside, but the bottoms are quite worn. And but yeah, it was on my walk to work, first super rainy day of the season. My foot got wet. I'm like, uh-oh, time for new shoes. So I got home immediately and bought new shoes. So they'll arrive like tomorrow. Just very basic work shoes. No entertainment subs? No, I didn't get any entertainment subs. I haven't been watching a lot of stuff lately. And I kind of want to keep it that way in a way. I mean, I don't mind. I do like watching stuff. Watching stuff is fun. But yeah, no entertainment subs. No Netflix, no... Actually, that's not true. So when I was ordering the shoes for Black Friday, Amazon Prime gave me a month of Prime for free, so I do have 1 month of free Amazon Prime. And I know that if I wait long enough, other sites will give me, they'll try to entice me in and hope that I forget to unsubscribe. And so I know I can get other stuff, but no, I haven't. I didn't get any. But yeah, there were some good deals. We had our first snow last night, and it's a good amount. Oh, that's amazing. I love snow. Snow is the best. Although, admittedly, when you're driving, it's not good, because it's unsafe and it's scary. But if you live in a place that snows regularly, it's great, because typically you will have road service that is good, and they salt the roads, sometimes even beforehand, and they're just good at like managing snow in a lot of places. Obviously, if you're in a place where it never snows, like, I don't know, Seattle, then the entire city can stop, because they can't get to all the roads quick enough. Everything's icy. People have never driven on the snow. So not only are the roads a little worse than they should be, but people don't know how to drive on the snow, and so it's even worse. So depending on where you are, snow can really suck, but I love it. I love the snow. Anyway, let's do something. Let's come in here with some color, because these two are very similar, right? Very similar paintings. Let's add some glow dodge. Just add some nice orange in here. I'm going to use an airbrush. Ooh, that's maybe too orange. I just started snowing here. Nice. Yeah, we haven't had our snow yet. It hasn't been quite that cold. But I am looking forward to it. Maybe we want to do like a... Ooh, you know what we could do? We could do an overlay. I got an idea. Overlay. I'm going to add blue. I'm going to do like a nighttime theme. So what if we come in here with a little bit of dark blue? And just put that blue in there. You can get some in that foreground. That's a nice way to change the mood. Now, if we want to add some light, we can actually... We can kind of do the same thing we just did. But now we can take like a little bit of a lighter color. That. So we're changing the color of that light. Just be a little whiter and colder. I do wonder, maybe I will go a little bit darker up here. Cold Case says, I love the snow too, but you're an avid snowboarder and got new gear this season, excited for the mountains to have snow. Nice! Nice. Snowboarding is fun. I used to snowboard, not very much, but I had a friend in high school who snowboarded a bunch, and I would go with him fairly frequently. I wasn't great. I enjoyed it though. I skateboarded a lot, so I felt like I was a pretty quick learner for snowboarding, but I didn't go regularly enough to really, like, become good. Steph says, I watch while I Octopath travel. Nice. Enjoy Octopath Traveler. It sounds like I just called you Traveler. Enjoy Octopath Traveler. Calling people travelers. I feel like that's very old-timey. Greetings, traveler. Do they say... I bet they say that in Octopath Traveler. They call you traveler when you enter the inn. It feels very old-timey like that. Okay. But yeah, so here's a little environment. Very simple. I have never snowboarded, but I have tried skiing when I was about 12, and I haven't done it after 30 years, probably. Yeah. I mean, in hindsight, I don't really... I mean, it is fun, but it's also so dangerous. It's like, of all the activities you can do, it's a dangerous activity. Like, obviously there's, loads of people who have snowboarded all their life and never been injured, but, like, you're dealing with, well, one, gravity, but also uneven terrain. There could be a hole that you don't know about. Like, there's just stuff that, like, things can go wrong that are kind of out of your control. And also, even when they're in your control, it's still, like, skill issue, and so you could screw up. Like, snowboarding feels dangerous. And same for skiing, both of them. But I love them. Like, I enjoyed it a lot. I never skied, but I enjoyed snowboarding. But, as I've gotten older, I'm like, I don't really want to do that again. I have thought about skateboarding again. Which, admittedly, that's also dangerous, but at least then it's, like, your terrain isn't moving underneath you, hopefully. And it's, you can see what you're on. It's not like, you don't know if things are going to shift underneath you. It just feels, it feels like there's more variables in your control with skateboarding. Let's put in some glowing, magical glowing things. Maybe like a little... I enjoy it. My goal for this season is to learn how to do some butters, which is like freestyle spins on the ground. Nice. I finally got freestyle boards, so I'm going to try to learn. Nice. That's cool. Well, good luck with that. See, that I think that could be a lot of fun. Like, that's kind of what I also liked about skateboarding is like just the ground tricks. Just sort of, you know, you're not doing like crazy vert skating. It just keeping it simple. You know, stuff you could do basically without moving. You know, just different things. I always enjoyed that. It was like a very low risk factor. Like, I don't want to hurt myself, you know? I just want to have fun. I want to try new things, but also, like, bigger for me was not, like, wasn't the goal when it came to skateboarding. You know, some people like to, like, jump down more and more stairs, and, like, that's bad on your knees, man. Like, no thanks. I don't want to kill my knees, you know, not be able to move when I'm 40 because I jumped down too many stairs when I was a teenager skating or whatever. Okay, there's a nice little scene. Snow doesn't hurt as much as car accidents. Fair, fair. Snow doesn't hurt, but snow, to me, snowboarding is just, I don't know. It's one of those things that feels like deceptively dangerous. Like, because there's a lot of like statistics out there on dangerous activity. And, like, snowboarding is really dangerous. Like, it doesn't feel dangerous because you're on fluffy snow, man. Like, if you fall, you're fine. But no, that's not what's dangerous about it. And it's sort of this, yeah, it's, I don't know. I don't think I'll probably ever snowboard again. But it is cool. Dumb ways to die. Yeah. Kinda. Although, I mean, you know, I think of all the ways, at least you're having fun, which I guess doesn't really make it any less dumb. But, I don't know. I think snowboarding, I wouldn't call it dumb, but it's definitely it's a risk. I say the scarier things are tree wells and running into things. Yeah, I mean, it just, yeah, or like when everything is white and it's hard to like see ahead of you, and especially if you're doing it, you know, going like off the main paths or whatever. Like, if you just go down your the basic route, it's typically pretty safe. But once you start going into, like, the trees and the forest off the trail, kind of, and, like, cutting through areas, that's where it gets really dangerous. Because, like, also, if you get injured, like, you're out there basically on your own and hoping that people find you. And obviously, you can have your phone and call and all that, which is good. That probably makes it a lot safer, is, like, cell phones. And now I'm just going to sound like an old boomer, but, like, being able to have phones on you probably makes snowboarding quite a bit safer. I don't even know if service works up in the mountains most of the time. But, yeah. Alright, let's do another thumbnail. So we have this one, which is kind of nice. I like it. Vegas says, I have no idea how true this was, but it felt pretty real. I saw a video of a guy skiing to sort of randomly notice a snowboarder who got buried and was stuck. He stumbled just up on him and saved his life. He probably would have not made it. Yeah, I've seen, there's a couple of those videos out there. Yeah, but there's a few of those cases. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, yeah, it's... Funny enough, I feel like snowboarding, to me, feels more scary than rock climbing. Like, rock climbing... I think for me, it's like the control factor. Like, if you are in control of your environment. And obviously with rock climbing, things can go wrong. But, like, there are still best practices. And if you do it well, it's kind of like being, like, a lineman or something. Where, like, you know, you're dealing with dangerous situations. But there are ways to do it that are basically safe, right? Obviously, lineman is still super dangerous. But, you know, but with rock climbing, it's like, you know... Stuff like equipment failure is super rare, but even if it happens, there's still like redundancies, right? You have ways to not die. Snowboarding feels like when the bad stuff happens, there wasn't a good way to prevent it, right? That's how I always felt like to me. Because it's just, there's a lot of unknown when you're outside on a mountain over terrain that, you know, just... I don't know, maybe I'm just a big scaredy pants. How's it going, Monster Cord? Okay, let's do another painting up here. Maybe a bit brighter. Some yellow. Maybe this one we'll do like some buildings. Do some buildings. Hi, I was wondering if I could ask advice about a drawing. Yay, you can ask. You can ask. I can't guarantee I'll give an answer. Figure Rotai. Hope you're doing well. No, I would love to take a look, and if there's anything, you know, if it's in my wheelhouse of skills, of things that I can, you know, pinpoint and give advice on it, I'll be happy to. But, you know, I reserve the right not to give advice if I feel like I'm not the right person to do it. Yeah, I feel like, Vegas, I feel like roller skating and skateboarding are probably, I don't know how dangerous as, like, an adult, but I feel like if you've never done them before, that is kind of scary. Like, falling on concrete sucks. Like, when you're a kid, you can just, like, brush it off, no big deal. But, like, when you're, like, a full-grown person, dang, it hurts to fall on concrete. I would not want to learn how to skateboard for the first time on concrete. Like, that's, it's just, or as an adult, I mean. That just sounds really dangerous. Sounds like a good way to break a bone and never recover. Or, like, break a hip. It's just, yeah, that's not a pleasant thought. Okay, let's do some simple... Ooh, that's very purple. Let's make a building. Maybe we'll start out with a square. A nice square building. I find for environments, sometimes it's nice to just block in, like, your basic structure of what you're gonna paint, just in simple terms. And you can always go in, and this is, I don't know how many of you guys play Minecraft, but this is something that's very common when people do Minecraft builds. They will just, like, build a square, and then you build off of it, right? So you build your basic frame, and then you can say, okay, well, now I'm gonna build the roof, and now I'm gonna make some windows in it, you know? And now I'm gonna build the door, and oh, what if it had a little balcony, and so you build the balcony, right? And it's kind of this, like, you're sort of just constructing it, just like you would, like, a real house in a way. And that's something that I do also when I'm painting, is you start with simple shapes, and then you can start adding more shapes on. Maybe there's another shape coming this way. Maybe there's a, you know, maybe this shape goes down more. Maybe there's little shapes off to the side. Figure Rotai. Okay, it's a fan art I was doing about a fanfic, and I'm struggling with the background. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Oh, I like it. I don't know if I have any advice, because I like what you're painting. I like it. Maybe the only thing would be... Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Also, not safe for work a little bit with the nipple in there, I think. Just be warned, viewers. I'm not going to share it on the screen. But I think for the background, I mean, I think it works. I don't... Like, when I look at it, I don't have any... When I look at this, I don't have any, what's the word? Like, there's nothing that jumps out to me at the back, in the background of, like, this thing is wrong, right? It doesn't feel confusing or wrong. Maybe the moon is a little large, but also kind of not very visible, and so it's like, doesn't need to be there. I don't know. I think it's fine, though. Like, I don't really think... I don't think the back... Like, if there is an issue with the painting, which I'm not really sure what issues there are, I don't think it would be the background, right? Maybe there would be some compositional things you could do to like better tell the story you want to tell. There might be some, rendering things you could do, but like or lighting stuff. But I don't think there's a background issue. I think it's good. I like what you're doing with it. And like if I make it grayscale, the characters are quite a bit brighter than the background, which I think is fine. Sometimes people will do the opposite and have them darker. Another, if depending on how rendered you wanted it to be, sometimes what people will do is they'll do like, here's a character, not really, but it's a square. Here's the foreground, and then that'll be in the brightest contrast, but then the background they'll keep a little bit grayer. And so you basically relegate those bright colors or those contrasty colors to the foreground, and then everything else you can still have contrast back here, but it's not going to be as much, right? It might be something like that. That way, this still stays as the focal point, right? This is going to be a face. This is totally how I draw a face. Anyway, whatever this is, right? Here's a character or something that you're drawing. Just pretend that this is something. I don't know what it is. But, so sometimes that's how people set up their values. But I think what you have works. I would be curious to see what it would look like with, like, a stronger sense of shadow and light. But again, that's a choice where I don't think there's, like, it's not a... How do I say this? Like, it's not wrong, right? I don't think there's anything wrong. Sometimes you can, if you wanted to tell a dramatic scene under moonlight, right? There might be a value structure you could use that's a little bit more realistic or something. There might be a way to do the lighting or the perspective that feels more, moody in a way. But you're not... I don't know if that makes sense. I was thinking my issue was with the black space, but I don't know if I could add something more just to have it like that. No, I think it's good. I think it makes a nice contrast from the rest of this, like the character, because the characters are brighter, right? Which again could be a little weird because like the lighting is not quite clear, but that again, it works. It works. I wouldn't worry about it too much, in my opinion. Let's just make some shapes. So yeah, I'm purely thinking graphically right now. I'm just trying to make some fun shapes. Actually, I'm even going to get rid of the 3D elements. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to add some back in. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't much, I'm not... This is why sometimes I feel like... critiquing is hard for me without doing, like, a full-on paint-over. Because, like, depending on what your goals are, there might be ways to... like, composition is a big one for me. Where, like, if you're trying to tell a story, like, how you set the scene up, or, like, even the type of lighting you use. Like, if you wanted to say, like, oh, this is a nighttime scene, maybe, the advice might be, oh, just like, what if the whole thing felt a little darker and, bluer or something, right? Like, that might make it feel more nighttime. It doesn't mean that this is bad, right? But it's maybe not great for a nighttime scene. So sometimes you can just, like, push the mood in one way or the other. And so sometimes when you land kind of, like, in the middle, this is, like, really pushed, right? And this is just, like, boring, I guess. Is that how you spell boring? Boring and pushed? I don't know if those are the extremes. But, like, sometimes people will land in the middle, and it's like, there's nothing wrong with it. But, like, maybe the critique would be, well, what if you decided... Or not even boring. Like, I guess pushed, this is pushed too to the other extreme. But sometimes it's like you land in the middle and it's not one way or the other. Right? Maybe it'd be like this. Right? Let's do this, like sad or happy. You know, if these are the two opposite moods or something that you wanted to, maybe you wanted to be a happy scene and maybe you land right here, right? So it's like, it's not super happy, and like maybe you can push it by making the lighting brighter or making the gestures more expressive, right? Or making the facial expressions more emotive, right? Or maybe you do it with the costume design or the character design themselves. Maybe you do it with the environment. You know, what situation are they in that makes the scene feel happy? And so it's not like there's a thing wrong with it, right? And so this is a really tricky one for me to critique, because it's not about what's in the image. It's more like, where do you want to go with it, and what type of tools do you have to like push yourself in that direction. I think so. Like if I do like a moonlit scene, if I just type in that into Google, I'm sure I'm gonna get a bunch of garbage AI images, but moonlit scene from movie. Let's do that. Okay, I can't find a good one. But sometimes what you'll notice if you look at photos, you can just kind of, to me, that values are a big thing. So sometimes when I look at photos, what I'll notice is the values. So like, oh, is the foreground darker than the background? Or is the background darker than the foreground? A lot of times, even in nighttime scenes, the foreground is still the darkest. You know, you might think, oh, well, surely if it's a nighttime scene, it's dark out. The sky is dark, so everything else should be lighter. But not always. A lot of times, the sky is still the brightest thing in the sky, right? That's where the light's coming from. And if it's not directly under the moonlight, it's darker, right? And even then, it might still be darker. So that's one of those things where sometimes you can... That's how I use references for those things. But that's not some... Yeah, that's one of those tricky things to apply to any one painting. It's more like I try to learn it as a whole and try to slowly get better at it over time. Because sometimes those things, especially when you're dealing with like composition and, you know, values, you know, once you get a certain way into your painting, like you it's hard to just do a quick fix sometimes. Like, oh, let me just change my lighting real quick. Well, no, that might require an entire rework of your painting. And so I find it very tricky to even give advice on that stuff, because even though that's like the area that I feel most comfortable, I feel like, is doing sort of mood and color and you know, playing with those things. But yeah, sometimes they require major reworks, and so it's tough. Also, I'm just playing with color right now. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. Let's add in some soft red, just to see what'll happen. Maybe like an orangey red. An orangey brown. I'm kind of dusting it in. Is that even a term? Dusting it in? It is now. Just trying to put some color in here to play with. But yeah, let's see, what am I doing now? Now I'm still playing with shape. I'm thinking this is gonna be some sort of building. You know, maybe we have some arched windows. We are all dust in the wind, dude. Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Just dust in the wind. I know that's from the song, but it was funny that you said dude. What do I want to do here? But yeah, I'm just kind of playing around. That's what I like to do. Obviously, references are great to use as well. You should probably use them. Most people should use them. I should use them. But sometimes at this early stage, I like to play around without references. And then I will get references as I progress. Oh, that's from Bill and Ted? Oh, gotcha. They're using this song as a way to converse with Socrates, also called Socrates in the movie, which is amazing. Yeah, no, Bill and Ted is great. I didn't remember that from that. I'm bad at quotes from movies. Maybe we play around with the shape a bit more. I think what I like about this way of painting, though, is you really get to just, like... I don't know, it feels just like exploring. It's like digging in the mud as a child, you know? You're just like, what am I gonna find? Why am I doing this? I don't know. Am I building something? Who knows? And then, but you have fun. And sometimes you do find stuff, and sometimes there's, like... I guess, yeah, this is a very, like, searching way of painting. Which I think is neat. And, of course, you can set very real goals for yourself. But you don't have to. Ooh, you know what? Let's add greenery. I really like adding green to, like, run down stuff. So maybe there's some greenery up here. Maybe on the roof. Maybe this area. Some lights coming in. Hydrate? Oh, thank you. Thanks, Skittle. Actually, Vegas, now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of remember that. They're trying to be philosophical, so they're reciting, like, Dust in the Wind lyrics. And he's like, yeah, man. It sounds very deep, but it's, like, not. I think I remember that. Yeah, thanks for the tea reminder. My tea had been not even touched until now. Okay, so now I'm liking this. I like the backdrop here. I think getting some... I'm starting to like the colors. There's some nice oranges bouncing around, and some of these greens are neat too. Maybe some of the foreground. Or maybe like we have like something sticking up here. Some old rusty... something or other. Actually, maybe we do this. Maybe like a giant wheel. It's a little dark, but I think that'll work. Or actually, maybe it won't work. Compositionally, it's pretty bad. There, maybe that'll work, actually. And then we can come in here. Maybe add a little bit of like very light green. Again, just almost imperceptibly green. The thing is, a lot of times when you're painting environments, the color that you use, like if you want to paint something green, you're not just gonna pick like a bright green, right? It's gonna be green relative to the stuff around it. And sometimes that means very gray, very, very gray colors. Kind of like with trees, right? A lot of grays in tree bark. It's not always brown, but you can still be a little bit brown. Do you do a lot of observation drawing, like when you are outside, or quick sketches, or stuff like that? No, I wouldn't say a lot. I try to just observe. So, like, I do make it a point that, like, even if I don't have a sketchbook on me, I do try to look at stuff and be like, what am I seeing? But I honestly, I mean, I go through phases where, like, sometimes I do more of that than others. But yeah, no, I do try to observe, and lately I've been trying to get more into it. Like, just last stream, we did some observational drawing from Google Street View. So it is definitely good to do observational drawing. That is how you learn. I mean, pretty much everything that I'm doing is at some point in time, from observational drawing, right? Like, there's, whether it's forms or some sort of idea of, like, stepped terrace type things that go up a building, or like green roofs, that's not an idea I invented to put greenery on top of the roof, So in some sense, yeah, everything's from observation at some point. But, yeah, so I mean, I don't know how to answer that. Like, I don't feel like I do a lot of it. I feel like I'm slacking on it, to be honest. But, yeah, yeah, it's definitely important. Do stuff like that. I don't know. Just kind of trying to figure out how to do some sort of interesting composition here. Onion Skin, hello! Yeah, hope you're doing well. I actually like this little bit of yellow, and I wonder if we can't put some of that yellow in here, like as like a waterfall. I know someone's gonna make a yellow waterfall joke. But in the sun, it can still look yellow and not be anything bad. I'm looking at you, Vegas. Looking at you. Okay. But yeah, maybe there's like a little bit of a waterfall. Maybe this edge also has a bit. Maybe we do something like this and get some foreground in here. Some old... Something... Me? Never. Yeah, right, never. You'd never have made that joke if I didn't mention it. There, something like that, maybe. And then maybe there's some, like, rocks or something going up this cliff face. So there's some sort of structure to this building. I'm trying to make it kind of natural looking. It's a little bit unclear what it is. But that's, I think, okay. We could probably do something like this, where we... Maybe we make this darker? I'm always afraid to make things more dark, but... And then maybe we make this part lighter. Like an airbrush, just very, very light, almost like a layer of fog rolling through here. Whoa, I'm on the wrong layer. Oh, like that. Like the sun is just kind of shining in. Not every scene needs to be foggy. It's probably a bad habit to make every scene foggy. But it definitely is an easy way to add a layer of depth, right? You're basically just adjusting the value. And if you make the values lighter too quick, it makes them look foggy. But it also makes it really, really clear, right? Or crisp and clean, kind of. Like, graphically, it makes the shapes very clear. And so it's sort of a really nice and easy way to get that sense of depth in there. Okay, so what are we painting here? What is this place? Maybe there's some trees. Some little shapes back here. Something like that, maybe. And you guys might notice, for anyone who's new to environment painting, that I'm not being picky about the color that I use. So like when I'm making this tree, I'll grab green and use green as the trunk. I don't need to be like, oh, gotta make sure the trunk is brown, and then gotta make sure the leaves are green. That's not that important to me. I can always go in and darken things later if I need, or brown it up, I guess. Is that a word? But really it's more about the darkness and lightness, right? And so I don't really care too much if I'm using green leaves and brown trunks. It's not the most important part. The most important part is more about the shapes and the contrast between objects, so like the background and the foreground, the midground, that kind of thing. Let's add a little bit of glow dodge. Maybe a nice orange glow from in here. What if I did a lot of orange? Nah, that's too much. What if I did some orange in the background? That's a lot of orange too. I don't think we want that much orange. Something like that'll work. Yeah, not sure I like this one. The colors are nice, though. I am a fan of the colors. But I wonder if there's not a way... Okay, this is the thing. Here's something that I like to do. I don't know if it's going to work right now. I'm just going to merge visible. And I'm going to make a selection right here. Copy, paste, and I'm just going to make it smaller. I want to try something. A little bit smaller. Something like that. Maybe even a little smaller still. And so what I'm going to try to do is redesign some of the stuff. Let's see. Maybe there's two... I'm just going to duplicate some things. I know this can look a little funky, but it can be a fun way. It's kind of like photo bashing your own image. It can be a nice way to sort of design some shapes and play with stuff a little bit in a, you know, just... It's helping design things, I guess, in a different way. Maybe over here we get rid of some of these trees and we put like a dome on this. And so now we can change our architecture a little bit. Little domed structure. And this is where, like, so I don't have a good visual library for like domed structures. So this is where I would need to go and get like a good reference to figure out how to paint this. And I know like India has a lot, I think they do. And so I could go and find references, you know, as I need. But for the initial sketch, I can do pretty okay with just like sketching in some rough shapes. And that should work. Can start to get the idea. Also, this is starting to get a little bit out of control. So I'm trying to fix some of the perspective here. Make these shapes go a little bit angled towards like a third point. So 3-point perspective. Again, maybe a little bit not quite right. But something like that, that should be good. I'm also just hands drawing in some of those perspective lines. That way I can try to match the forms. I still don't... Yeah, that's not bad. They're a little chunky. I'm using some very big lines right now. A little heavy-handed. Vega says, I've been wondering for like an hour why something looked weird about this drawing you're working on, and I finally realized my people have no legs because of how I position things. I totally forgot to draw the people's legs. It's funny how you can just like miss something like that, you know? Our brains are so weird. I do a similar thing where I get very tunnel visioned, but I might have like, I mean, I guess this happens a lot when you're doing details, but like sometimes I'll have like a big mark on my page like this, and I'll just be ignoring it. I'll be painting everything else, and I'll realize like I have no idea what this is. Like, why is it sitting here? And it's been here for the whole time, and I just didn't notice. That happens sometimes, where you just sort of have this blind spot. I find it quite fascinating, but it's also a little annoying when you're trying to make a painting and you just can't see the mistakes of your own painting. But blind spots are very real in art. Easy to get tunnel visioned on one thing or another. I think probably the biggest source of blind spots in art is when you know what something what something is because it was your intent to draw it, but it never is actually communicated. And for me, this is like when a child is trying to tell you a story and they know what they're trying to tell you, but they actually just don't ever say the words to communicate it. So it just comes out as like a rambling, nonsensical mess. And they're like, and you just, it's sort of, that's kind of how I feel like sometimes when I'll paint something. It's like I know what it's supposed to be in my head. And so when I look at it, that's what I see. I'm like, yeah, I did a great job. And really, I didn't do a great job, and no one else can tell what it is, except for me, because I painted it. This happens a lot in environments with depth and like atmosphere, or like clarity of shapes, where your values don't read, but your brain is fixing it for you because you already know what it is. Actually, I have a good example of this. So, okay, there is this YouTube channel I just discovered. I actually don't know what the YouTube channel is called. Maybe I can find it at some point. But I did save some images. And I wish I could show you guys the video. But basically, it's this guy who just goes hiking in, like, around places. The video I watched was on, like, basically hunting for giant trees. So, like, along like, you know, California, Oregon, those places. Basically just going through the forest, hiking. He has a drone and a dog with him. Maybe you guys know what I'm talking about. But he has a drone, and he just takes these really amazing shots of, you know, going through like the trees, and he'll go up with the drone and look down and show you scale, you know, going up like a river, places that are hard to explore. It's very neat. But what I'm getting at is a lot of times when you have like a high definition video, oh, we have somebody on YouTube, Gachida, hello. A lot of times when you have like a high definition video, everything is hyper detailed. And so the only distinguishing factor between depth is the fact that there's like parallax, but the second you pause the video, that parallax stops, and suddenly you can't tell how far away things are. And so I actually took a screenshot. Let's see if I can find this. Open recent, this. So some of the places were gorgeous from this video. And here's some of the images. But when he's flying through this area, I mean, it is so full of life because like there's depth and there's moving, but when you pause, it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, you can kind of make it out like where one cliff is and the next one begins, like this one's further back than this. Like you can kind of tell, but it's kind of flat, right? It's not, it doesn't have the three-dimensionality that like a real life scene has. And so like if I were to paint this, I would have to fix that. I couldn't just paint what's in the image. I mean, I could, but like this, where does this rock face overlap with this one back here, right? Like there's kind of a line here, but like that line doesn't come through very well in a still image, right? It's almost hard to tell. It looks like it might just be a smooth thing, but it's probably not. This is like a rock that's in front of the other rock, but it's hard to tell. And then like I thought these were pretty cool, some of these white rocks. It's a little bit flat and it's hard to, I don't know, for me it's hard to like really like, but like you can imagine if you're flying through a space and you have this parallax where the walls in the front are moving faster and the stuff in the back is moving slower, right? It's kind of this but anyway, I thought it was it was funny because when I took the photos or took the screenshots, these might look nice to you guys, but when I took these, I thought they looked so gorgeous. But then I saved them and I came back to them like 30 minutes later. I'm like, wait, this is not as good looking as I remember. Like, this just looks bad, kind of. And it was kind of a shock to me. Yeah, it just has a lot of noise, right? But when you're watching a video, you don't see the noise because the stuff that in your periphery is moving faster relative to the camera, right? And so it kind of has this focus already. And so I guess what I'm getting at is like this is it's sort of like a blind spot where like if you were painting this, you might understand exactly what you're seeing because maybe you've been here, maybe you just watched the video, but after a while when you take a step back, you know, you close it, you come back to it later, then you can really see that sort of how unclear it is if you forget what you know what it was you're painting or something. So yeah, anyway, that's where breaks are nice. True, that photo could use less noise, better value yeah, it's just a little noisy and it's hard to see stuff. Also, hi Bananagram, hope you're doing well. Roy Inspire, hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. But yeah, if anybody's doing any painting, feel free to share what you're working on. Howdy. Howdy, howdy, howdy. How are you? Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll open back up that image. Because I do like those colors. They were very nice. That's why I saved them after all. I thought it would be fun to paint some of those colors of rocks, like those bright white rocks. And in fact, what if we were to add them into a scene like this? You know, we take these, this reddish color and we go really bright on it. And like, what if they were bright white rocks, you know, along this riverbank or something? Like, wouldn't that be kind of neat? And of course, we're not going to paint them actually white. We'll just make them brighter than everything else. But that might be a thing we can do. And then maybe some of these are built out of that same bright white. So maybe we have like a white... some white rocks up here or something. But yeah, did anybody in the U.S., I hope your Thanksgiving was good. I thought I was gonna get sick afterwards because I went home with a sore throat and I thought like maybe somebody gave me something, although I don't know why I would have gotten a sore throat so quickly. But whenever there's like a big family gathering, I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna catch something. But no, I was good. I stayed healthy. Chrissy Carson, how's it going? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Trying to paint some giant rocks right now and trying to make them a little brighter and see how it works. Some bright rocks. It's been a while since I painted bright rocks are hard to paint for me. See, I don't think that looks good. What about trees that are white? Doing well? Nice. Glad you're doing well. Maybe this back here could be a little darker. Do I like that? Not really. Don't. Do I like that? Oh, I was on the wrong layer. No, I'm not on the wrong layer. That's correct. Maybe it's the shapes of the rocks that are wrong. Sometimes I get so focused on the details, not the details, but like a certain thing. Again, tunnel visioned, right? You get tunnel visioned on one thing, and I don't want to call it the details. Sometimes I get tunnel visioned on like, you know, composition, and really it's not a composition issue that I need to solve, it's something else. Or maybe I get tunnel visioned on colors, and it's not a color issue, right? Maybe it's a composition thing. And so sometimes it's just, I'm not taking a step back and figuring out what I actually want to work on. I think here, though, we can put some of this bright up here. Maybe what'll make this look really good is doing some gradients. Maybe some, gosh, I don't want to go blue, but maybe we go like a little bit reddish purple. Maybe for like brighter colors down here. Because normally when you have like outdoor environments and you have skies, also let's do like a little bit here. Get the water in there, the water line. You can go really dark maybe right there. Oop, right along the water line, we're gonna go super dark. Something like that. There. And then some rocks back here. I think this is fun. I'm painting this very, very like scratchy. It's very textured, which isn't a great look, but we can always come back in and sort of clean it up and refine the shapes a little bit. Kind of just trying to like make some of these shapes feel a little more natural. You know, getting some big shapes in here. Some little nooks and crannies. Some formations. I think there's also a scale issue. This thing doesn't quite look good. That's okay. I think that's a good start to this image though. And of course, again, if we get references for this, or proper references, if later on, if this is the painting that we decide to continue with, then I think we can do a lot with it. But right now, I'm not really trying to go into the reference stage. I'm just kind of sketching out some forms, sketching out some basic ideas. Maybe there's little bits of greenery in here. Vegas says, luckily the legs are unimportant overall, so I can probably just add a few lines to imply legs. Yeah, who needs them? No, I agree though. I think to me that's a really useful way of thinking about painting is like what is important to the image. Because there's probably somebody out there who is like, I can't just not put legs on my character because people have legs typically. And so you want to include them. But like, well, do you need them? Maybe you can, draw your character in the foreground, just with their head and you don't need the bottom half of them, right? Or it's just the torso. However you want to do it. Like there's lots of ways to show a scene. Or maybe they're in the distance and they're really tiny and the legs are just like, all you really see is their head. Or their upper body. Like there's lots of ways to do it. So yeah, I just find that to be a nice reminder that there's lots of ways to go about it. And sometimes your intuition is wrong. Which I find mine to be a lot when I paint. I'm gonna look at that reference again, because some of the shapes are pretty neat. I noticed one thing is in the water, it's not just like rocks on the side, but you also have little things like this where the water goes around, and then maybe you have like a brighter area up top. And so you have lots of these little areas and just lots of little gradients. And that's the thing for this type of rock scene, there's just so many little gradients and, light spots on the rocks, both because of the color of the rock, but also because of the shadow. There's gonna be little things, also like where the rock turns and you have the light from the top of the scene, right? Like shining downward. The tops might be a little bit brighter. But then also you have brighter rock itself. It's not just light and shadow, but you have literal color changes, where you have big shadow areas, but also dark stone, or stone that's wet, so it's a little darker. And so you just have like this whole range of values and different things. And I just find it really interesting. Rocks are one of those things that are fun to paint. That's why a lot of comic artists really draw feet, because unless they're doing something crazy like a kick or something, where the foot is sort of the focal point, you want it to be a little more clear. Yeah, exactly. Especially with like such a defined shape as a foot, right? Like you have basically legs, which are these straight lines, and right at the bottom of the line, you have a shape, right? This draws attention, right? So yeah. Not that you need to even put the legs. You actually could just not put them. But yeah, there's lots of ways to do it. Yeah. And I think that's the thing that, I rambled about it a lot last stream when we were doing the plein air painting or virtual plein air painting. It's sort of like, what is important to the scene, right? Not everything is important, surely, right? And so sort of this question of really just trying to figure out what's important. And that to me it's not a new revelation, but it's sort of this thing that is an ongoing process of like re-evaluating everything I know. Like when I draw a tree, are the leaves important? Or is just the trunk? Or is the trunk important? Maybe I just put the leaves in the background. And for me it's I don't know, it's nice. Like here's a tree. Very simple. I mean, to some degree, I already know this because, I think a lot of environment painting is exactly that skill. It's like trying to sort of challenge yourself to leave out the non-essentials. Or leave out the non-essentials? Yes, leave out the non-essentials and only include the essentials. For some reason that sentence was hard for me. Or it's not even always just what's not essential. Sometimes, maybe you'll have like a tree back here and if you're painting from a photo, and like maybe you decide that this is obstructing the silhouette of this, so it's not really leaving it out, but you just like remove it, not because it's not essential, but because it's actually counterproductive to the entire point of your image. So sometimes there's, I think even just not essential, that's more nuanced, right? Because oftentimes it goes, it's more in your face, right? It's, you don't just have essential and non-essential, you also have like slightly distracting, you know? And it's like, maybe it's an essential part, but maybe the way that it is in real life is a little bit distracting. So you can simplify it so that it's still there, but it's not as distracting for the image. I'm just trying to put some bright colors in here, see what happens. Nothing good. That's what happens. What about some purpley colors? Going a little heavy-handed with some of this, but that's okay. What about a blue? Ooh, that's very something. It's like a nighttime scene, which actually isn't bad if we have a little bit of that light coming in and shining on stuff. So it's like a darker scene underneath the canopy, but then we have these little bits of light. Maybe we use some soft light or something in here. Wow, what are the odds of me saying? Hi, RD Draws. Or RD Roz. Wait, Ardraws. Is it Ardraws? I think I've always called you the wrong name. But yeah, how are you? What are the odds of you saying? Well, I don't know. What are the odds of you saying what? But yeah, hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. We're trying to add some lighting. I don't know if the lighting is a good idea. What if I change the color of the light? That makes a little more sunset vibes. Did my chat stop scrolling? Wait, wow, what are the odds of me saying this? Yeah, I don't... Wait. Is that a joke? Like, are you looking... Everyone says this once in a while, so probably pretty high. Yeah, true. Or we could go with the meme Vegas of 50-50. You either said it or you didn't. Or 100% because you said it. That's not how odds work. You haven't said it today. No, you just did. You just said it. The word it. You just said it. Okay. I'll stop being dumb. Let's imagine this like me playing solo game Russian roulette after I saw a cringe video. No, I haven't said the word this. You just did, just now. Okay, this is silly. No, this is the word this, not silly. So you could go all day with this. It's like the child thing, like, I'm not touching you. That's what this whole conversation reminds me of. It's good fun, though. Okay. Ooh, I like this. I don't think that's how... I don't think you can use an analogy to then draw statistical odds. I don't think... Unless the analogy has the same statistical odds as the thing you're... Otherwise, I think you have a flawed methodology there. But no, this is not a math stream, so we're not actually going to figure out how likely it is that a human says the word this in any given sentence, which I'm sure you could just look it up. There's probably some index out there with all the words and how frequently they're used. Okay, let's paint something else. Let's do a quick. I say quick, but I just spent over 30 minutes on each of these. We're just gonna make some shapes. Now we're at the risk of me having neck pain, having bad posture. 7 out of 7. How's it going, Artie? Hope you're doing well today. We're just gonna put some colors down. Let's do 2 thumbnails at once. A long boy thumbnail. We'll get some nice green in there. Spanning the whole landscape. A little bit of a focal point right there. With a little bit of a brighter green. And then we'll go back to the darker green. But maybe also some stuff. I don't know. I'm just kind of goofing around. I don't know if I want to do a long painting like this. I haven't done a long, you know, a super long painting like that in a long time. Could be a coastline with some nice sandy beaches. Just trying to establish some color palettes. Maybe there's some mountains in the background. A little bit lighter near the horizon line. Never hurt anybody. Typically near the horizon, it's a little brighter. More light filters through, so it's less blue. What are the odds of you getting 24 followers on Instagram after joining a troll group and making people who draw the top comments profile picture as Shrek, Harvey, and they repeat until they get PSD? 6 out of 7. Wait, is that like some weird follow for follow scheme that ends up just people following you for like a thing, but not actually because they like your work, and then they never engage with your posts, so you end up getting less activity than you normally would? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's like a very real thing, and that's actually really bad for an account. Like a lot of times, like engagement sort of, I don't want to say engagement bait, but like posts that encourage people to engage artificially or follow you artificially, like not because they like the content, but because they want, say, a giveaway, or they have an Instagram, or maybe it's like some other reason other than they like the content you're making, right? A lot of times if people just follow sort of because of a thing, like they want to win a drawing or they want to win whatever, the problem is that now you have a bunch of followers, and if you make posts and those followers don't like that stuff, they were just there for the event, then a larger portion of your followers are not engaging with it. So when Instagram sends out a post to say 10% of your followers, let's say 100 people, and a normal account might get, say, 10 of those 100 people to engage, but you, because it's artificially inflated, now say only has 5 people engage, it's like, who are they going to push? Are they going to push the person who's only having 5% engaged, or the accounts that have 10%, right? Or 20%, right? So things like that are really, I would be careful, especially if you're a smaller account and you don't already have a follower base. I'd be really careful with sort of like artificial growth stuff on social media. That's Seb draws things. He promised to draw the top comment who gets the most likes. Yeah, I think that's okay. But like again, if you have to follow for that, right? And it's sort of like a giveaway, and it's probably not bad, but it is good to be aware of that phenomenon of like basically bombing your own like long-term growth due to like fake followers and stuff. I'm not saying that's what that is, but it's just good to be aware of that phenomenon so that you can kind of sniff it out before you like do that kind of thing. So it's good to just be aware of that. Because I know a lot of people, they're like, you know, again, it may not be specifically that thing, but that still is a thing that happens quite a bit. I don't know. Social media is tricky because, like, I don't think it's good to think too much about growth. Like, I think that's probably the worst thing to think about, really. Like, it's just make the stuff you want to make. And you know, be done with it. But at the same time, I don't know. Man, social media is tricky just in general. There's so many sort of like superstitious type behaviors around it. You know, you do a thing, kind of like what I just mentioned. You know, I mean, maybe that doesn't have any effect. Maybe that's an outdated thing. Maybe every post is purely on the post. No, because I know your existing followers do matter. Obviously, an account with 10,000 people are gonna, you know, if they make a random thing on a Tuesday, it's gonna get more likes than me. But he just does comments. I mean, you can if you want to give me an example of what you're talking about in the comments, but not through DMs or anything. Just you can drop it here, as long as it's not malicious and it's not self-promo-y. I mean, even if it's a little self-promo-y, that's okay, probably. I'm not too worried about it. But you know, I'm sure it's totally normal. I'm not claiming that what you're doing is. I just kind of use that as a jumping off point for a rant because yeah, anytime people talk about like getting followers and then they follow it up with sort of like a non-standard way of getting followers, that puts off my spidey sense of like, you know, is this going to be a thing that's going to carry over to your next post, you know? Now, if that's what you make your account around, that's totally valid and, like, you know, by all means, you know, that would be a good way to do it, probably. Make an entire, like, basically making a, what do you call it, like an event account where, like, everything you do is an event and people can follow for if they like your events and they want to participate. That's a lot of effort, though, obviously, and it's hard to maintain that over a long period of time, but it's absolutely a thing you could do. Okay, this is kind of a nice little... Okay, Instagram. Oh, he just ended up drawing the... Just ends up drawing like Shrek or something. Or that profile pic. Okay, drawing the profile picture of the top comment. I see. Yeah, but see, they're doing what they said, day something. What did they say? Day 180 or something. But see, that turns into like a daily thing, so that's fine. Then his fans tortured him. Yeah, that's fun. That's fun. I think stuff like that's not bad. I thought you meant following, though, because what did you say initially? Now I'm confused. Do you get followers by posting comments? I don't know if I've ever had that happen. I don't think I've ever gained a follower because I've commented on someone else's. I'm sure it happens, and it's probably not a terrible way to like engage with the platform. And you know, if you're actually engaging honestly, it can be a signal to other people that like you exist, and then they'll watch. You know, they might follow you. But I wonder how often that happens. What are your guys' experiences with that? Have you guys ever... Do you find that people will actually discover you through your comments? And also, well, I don't really like unless you're. I guess as long as you're still also posting stuff. Like I don't know if I would want people to like follow me if when I'm not posting. Because like at least when somebody follow, let's say I make a post today, which I think I did. I made a post today, and let's say somebody then follows me shortly after I make it. I'm pretty confident that that person followed me because of the thing I posted, right? But if I just comment on on another post, like why are they following me? Are they following me because I left a funny comment? Like that's not relevant to my art. Maybe it is, right? But there's a good to me that's like what is that follower doing? Are they interacting with the rest of my work? Like from someone who's posting stuff, I don't really care about the number of followers. What I more would care about, like, you know, is it just going into the void and no one's seeing it? I discovered you in the name of France 4 years ago. In the name of France. Oh, like Franson? That person? The name of France. Is that a channel? I don't actually know what the name of France is. I don't know what that means, Vegas. But yeah, I'm always a little bit the country France. I discovered you in the name. I don't know what that means. I'm sure there's a joke in there, but that went over my head. I think I'm too stupid to get that joke. In the name of France. Sounds like something that would be in Friends. I don't know why. Is that a Friends thing? Okay, anyway, here's this. Do we just put this long painting as a painting for today? We could do that. Okay, so how do we do this? Do we label this as just one? Well, I'll have you guys vote. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. It's a joke. Okay. I was like, I don't know what that means. Okay, let's do... That's funny, though. Let's do a voting. So, vote. Straw poll. Also, thanks, guys, for being here. Hope you're all doing well today. I feel like I'm getting my sea legs back. My streamer legs. Which is funny, because I just sit, so... Again, legs aren't that important for this job. But... I know that's what they still call them, though. Your sea legs. And what am I talking about? Okay, let's put this in straw poll. / straw poll. No, not a straw poll. Let's do just a poll. Set up a poll with, which thumbnail should I work on? With a minimum of 5 minutes. Start poll. It's going to be right at the top of chat. It was from Friends? Ah, I'm glad I got it. I had a hunch. Okay, anyway, here we go. Here's the 4. I realize one of these is not like the other. It's a little bit long. But it's fun. One of these is not like the other. It's supposed to be referencing discovering a new country. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about social media though, because social media is a weird thing. Like I just kind of post and forget about it. I feel like any more than that feels like it. I mean, even then, you could still just have like one day where you know, wake up and suddenly your engagement is 0. Like it comes and it goes so fast, and it just feels like it's so out of your control. I try not to put too much stock in it. I still think, you know, I have it came up just recently, like why don't more people post art on Reddit? And you know, and my response to this question was basically it's just a lot of effort. But I think Reddit still is one of, especially if you do anything even vaguely fan art, or like if you know your own inspirations. If you're just painting random stuff, it's not as easy, I feel like, to post on Reddit. But if you have like distinct inspirations where like you can post in a non-art subreddit, it's actually really good for art. If you post an art subreddit, it's garbage. And I don't want to get into, you know, there's obviously the art subreddit drama or whatever where like art has been shut down or something. But for non-art subreddits, it's actually a really good place to post. You know, if you paint like horses, posting in horse themed subreddits, right? Or if you paint fan art, obviously in the fandom of the thing, right? So not really about art, but you're making a post about art. So your post will be different than all the other posts, right? Like if you were to do like a Call of Duty painting, right? And go into the Call of Duty subreddit or something. Like how many of those posts do you think have art? Probably very few. And so it's kind of, it's just a way to get a lot of eyeballs on your work. And I find more than any other platform, like if you have a successful post, it's also not just by other artists, which is a major selling point of that, right? If I post to, say, Twitter, every single person who engages with my post is basically another artist. Almost every, right? Unless I've somehow broken out of that bubble, the art sphere bubble, whatever you want to call it. Uh, Basically, it's just artists liking other artists' work. So I do find Reddit to be like probably one of the best social medias, like in theory, not necessarily in practice, because again, it's effortful, it's hard. Not everybody's art is gonna fit because, you know, if you're just doing your own thing, like where do you post it? You know, and I think art subreddits suck. They always have. It's just artists competing with other artists. You're basically have turned, yeah. Anyway, that's my experience. Okay, well, looks like we're going with number 4. We're doing the long painting. Let's change stream title to long painting. Tumblr's amazing if you do fan art. My OC art gets no traction, but my fan art gets way more traction. Yeah, I think it's probably pretty similar to on Reddit, where like if you go to a, especially if it's fan art for something where fan art isn't super common, right? Like a random TV show that isn't like already stylized. Like I think if you do like fan art of, I'm just gonna say like anime, anything anime, like there's probably a lot of people doing fan art of anime out there. But if you do fan art of like, I'm trying to think of like what was that one show, Severance, right? If you were to do like a Severance fan art, that's probably not as common. Like it probably still is common ish, but like if you were to post like Severance fan art, it would probably, and if you were, you know, fairly decent, right? If you were fairly decent at art and you post it, you don't even have to be super pro or anything. You're probably like straight to the top of the Reddit, of the subreddit for the day. And like the amount of eyeballs on it will be like, you know, 50,000 plus. It's crazy. And it's not, in my experience, it hasn't been like, I don't even post on Reddit that often. I haven't posted in like probably a year. Because again, it's a lot of effort to like make a post, to figure out where your art fits. Then you have to like make sure you figure out all the rules of the subreddit, because every single one is different, you know. But you also want to like explain that you made it, but like sometimes that violates self-promo guidelines. So there's this weird like middle ground. I know some people will lie and be like, here's art that my sister made because that's not you, and therefore it's not self-promo, and it like comes on, it somehow like tiptoes the line. But like that's a really common tactic on Reddit, is like you do this thing where you just don't break the rules, but you tiptoe them, and that that takes time to like figure out that how to title something and format it properly, and it's kind of silly, but at the same time it is a way to get a lot of views on your stuff. And of course, again, not everybody's art is gonna be for that. Like if you're just doing OC stuff, like again, where does it fit? You know, like how, and this is where I think if you have strong themes, like you know, like a strong 1970s theme, well, that there's probably a 1970s subreddit, right? And so you'd be like, I'm making art based on 1970s, and then you could post it, right? Or if there's like a strong, you know, again, horse theme, there's probably horse subreddits, or a strong animal theme of any animal, right? And there's typically something, especially if you have like, you know, like let's say this painting, I want to reference the Pacific Northwest or something, so I get a bunch of references, and it may not be the exact place, but if I heavily referenced it and there's like an actual similarity, and I think it's not too much of a stretch, I could probably find some Pacific Northwest subreddit and be like, here's a thing inspired by the Pacific Northwest, right? And like, even if it's a little bit of a fib, it still might absolutely, you know, as long as it fits and it's not breaking the rules, that's like a, you know, I don't want to say a golden ticket to eyeballs. That's a sentence. But it definitely makes it easier. Anyway, that's my advice for like Reddit. But yeah, I've never really used Tumblr. Your ESO art piece really took off. It was not expecting that. Elder Scrolls Online. That's cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I think, yeah, that's definitely one of the bonuses of fan art, is that it already has an audience. And so then it's just a matter of like going to where the audience is. Golden ticket to eyeballs, right? And I think that's what makes places like Tumblr and probably Reddit, or I should say for sure Reddit and probably Tumblr. I don't know much about Tumblr, honestly. I don't even know if I've ever had a Tumblr. Maybe I made an account once, but then I never used it. Anyway, but yeah, that's kind of what makes, I think, places like that, is that once you're in a fandom, those fans are gonna see it. Where like, if I post fan art on Instagram, only the people actively looking for fan art, like if the algorithm puts it in front of someone, there's a higher chance than you know, normal, that person will recognize it. So like, it's still beneficial to have fan art on Instagram, but it's not just like putting it to the source, right? Dropping it into a community of people who I mean, that's probably one of the reasons why, like, conventions, right? You can sell pretty well at conventions, because if you go to an anime convention or a D&D convention or whatever, and you have something that's themed around that, every single person is a genuine potential customer or potential audience, right? It's not like 1 out of 100 are going to know who it is. Everybody will. So you just have a lot higher, like, I don't know what you want to call it, not turnover rate, but you have a higher sort of hit rate with like how many people can resonate with the thing you made. And I imagine if you find a good, you know, again, Tumblr, Reddit, any of those, where like the thing just fits that community, you know, if you paint a surfer, right? A surf themed piece, go post it to a surf subreddit. You're going to be like, every single person will have some sort of interest in I mean, again, it's not like, again, they're not going to follow you on Instagram. They may not buy your work, but it might be a commission, right? Maybe I mean, that's how most of my commissions ever have been from Reddit. And it's not even from posts that I made. Sometimes it's from posts that other people made, reposting my work. Like years ago, I made a how did this person find me? Years ago, I think it was from Twitch, but years ago, I did a commission based on the Stormlight Archives books. when I was done with it, the person who commissioned me posted it to the subreddit. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't know about this, and it did very well, because people didn't see a lot of fan art, especially environment art of that place. And then like 2 years later, someone messages me and says, "Hey, I saw your art on Reddit and would like to commission you." And then I got another commission because somebody saw my art 2 years ago and like in the top of the subreddit art thing. And it was crazy. Like that to me is wild because it's like, it's not like I made a post unbeknownst to you, but beknownst to us. Yes. Yeah, no, I mean, you guys didn't know either, right? Like nobody knew that this post was made. I mean, maybe if you're in that subreddit. But yeah, it's just kind of cool where it's like sometimes and that's also the thing, like if you make it into like the top 250 or something of like the all time, like people will see those. People will go through and look at the old top posts in the subreddit. And if you're like the one art, you know, and someone wants fan art of Elder Scrolls and you're one of the, you know, handful of people who have done really nice Elder Scrolls fan art, which I'm sure there's a lot of people by now, but probably, you know, it's still probably not super common. And the same thing with Path of Exile. Very similar thing happened there, except it's more just on the line of art theft for me. Not from me, but like, or not by me, but of my work. Back in the day, I did a fan art contest for Path of Exile, and the post did very well online, or in the subreddit. And then years later, I'm getting people asking me permission if they can use my art for various things. I'm like, look, go for it. I don't care. Just credit me. Like, I can't legally sell it to you because, you know, I can't give you the rights to like use fan art as a brand, you know, and it's not, I can't do that, but like, yeah, if you want to use it, go for it. So like, I've had a lot of people request that they use my fan art for stuff, but it's like, I don't know. I'm just flattered, I guess. It makes me feel good. I'm doing something right, I guess. I should start posting to Reddit more often. Or do pieces inspired by places. Actually, no, Sarah is one of the people in our community who's around here every now and then. She's doing some pieces inspired by various places. And that type of work would be really good. Like, if you did art of, like, a city, even just, like, a medium-sized town that has its own subreddit, do art inspired by that place. Like, if you want to do, like, a plein air painting, go paint from their Google Street View from some random town. And then post it. If they recognize it and they're like, oh, that's awesome. Like, that's a way to get commissions, right? Because people might want their house painted or their backyard or like something that's local to them, right? Like there's something about connecting with a place that they already know. It's basically fan art, right? Fan art of a real place. You know, obviously if you just go and paint like the iconic stuff, that's not going to do it. Like, you know, if you go to Seattle and paint, you know, what's iconic in Seattle? The Space Needle? I don't even know. I don't go to Seattle. But yeah, if you just paint like the iconic stuff, you know, I'm sure that's been painted a million times. That's not gonna like be a big deal for people. But if you just paint like a random street that encapsulates like the vibe of that location, I suspect you could get a lot of engagement or traction or eyeballs or whatever. And who knows, maybe someone from there sees it and is like, oh, I would love you to do our, you know, a painting of our school for like, you know, that they're gonna use as a poster for the schools or something, you know, like you might get commercial work, you never know. Or like, you know, dentists who want to commission artists to like paint their community or their office and the surrounding area, you know, like that's absolutely a thing that'll happen. I don't know why I said dentist, but really any like, you know, any place of business that wants art that represents their community. That's totally a thing. So I find that's sort of like a thing that I don't practice, but I should, because it's absolutely a way to sort of get your name out there that isn't just, you know, relying purely on algorithms. Although I will say, I think Reddit's going downhill a lot. I don't know if half this is even true anymore, but I feel like... Yeah, I still think art subreddits are the worst. The absolute worst. Okay, let me find some coastal town. What's a good coastal town? It's not like... It doesn't have to be crazy beautiful or anything. Just something with some texture, some colors. I'm looking up Google here. Looking up Google. What does that even mean? I'm looking up images. Like, this is nice. This is very different than what I'm painting. Different color sand. I mean, sand's kind of same. But it's kind of like the green, you know, getting the skyline there. Or like... What about Hawaii? There's probably some nice images of like Hawaiian islands like this, where you have these big, massive mountains. That one's... I don't like the colors there. They're too saturated. But, you know, stuff like that, where you have these nice gold... I mean, the colors... You can kind of see the similarity in the colors, which is nice. It can give you ideas. You know, some Hawaiian islands. I actually like this because this makes me think of the shadow here. That's something that I kind of forgot. So now, let's paint some land formations. It's not going to be specifically Hawaii, but maybe we will... Some nice dark colors in here. Just making some shapes. I'm still thinking very compositionally. So, like, where's the light in here? Is it, you know, do we have like a dark spot here? And then some light spots in here. Maybe with little triangular dark spots. I feel like we could do like a little building in here, like a castle or something. Like Disney style castle. The big spires. And what else? Maybe we have mountains that have these ridges down them. So again, similar to this photo, right? Using this as a reference, you can see how it has these ridges down the mountain. I've always liked that. I thought that was a nice... It also just makes for like nice shadow shapes, where you kind of have these ridges, and they can also point towards your eye or your focal point. So if you do it well, you can really use it sort of to your benefit. Something like that. I also like that the sky is a little wider up here. I think it just makes for some nice... I don't know if we need everything to be white, but it does kind of have a nice contrast between like the blue mountains in the back. Let's play a game. Maybe. What sort of game? I don't know. I'm not sure where this is going, RD. Tic-tac-toe. Tic-tac-toe's a fun game. Basically, you say, I have, and then complete it. It doesn't sound much like a game. I don't know. I could just, what, you just make statements about yourself? I have a beanie on. Brilliant. Maybe I don't think I'm doing it right. Or global thermonuclear war? Yes, that. Let's play that game. Okay, let's add some white waves around the edge. But not everywhere around the edge, right? Because waves don't come... Waves don't come in, like, perfectly parallel lines. Right? They have, like, undulating patterns. You know, so, like, this reference, funny enough, does not have any of it, right? I mean, you do see some more waves down here and less over here. But then you get an image like this, and you see all these little, like, land areas, which this is neat. And so I'm going to use this as sort of like a, you know, maybe there's some patterns here that follows through that I can use. I don't know if the scale's quite right, but you can definitely do some compositional things in here that might be neat. You know. That. But also, you know, maybe we discolor stuff. So as it gets back here, right, it gets a little darker. Which is, again, a nice little vignette. But then as you get sort of into here, maybe we get a little greener and lighter. Maybe even more like aqua. Just a little bit, you know, right along the edge. Could be nice. And then these are trees, so they have this dark shadow underneath. Now, I don't know how much of the trees I want to paint, but I might, you know, adjust some of these lines to make them a little bumpier. So you have a little bit of pattern in here. So that's kind of nice. And this is, from here, right, we could start doing, like, you know, making this castle more pronounced. Maybe, what if we did one up here? Would that be too much? We could do something up there, though. I don't know if that might be a lot for a castle, but... I'm a sucker for tall, distant castles. Yeah. They are nice. It's just like a nice addition to the skyline. Yeah, I agree, Roy. It is nice. I'm also a sucker for those. I'm not sure what I want to do here in the foreground, though. Maybe there's like a cozy town or something off in the distance. Up here. Also, what's the scale on this image? Oh, it's very tiny. Hold on. I've got to do something. I'm going to duplicate this whole thing, and I'm going to scale this up before I forget. So I'm just going to make this much, much larger. 4,000 pixels wide. And just scale it. So this will make it a little pixelated, but it's worth it because now I can actually add details here. I'm not literally painting with a pixel brush anymore. So if I want the rest of it to be high definition and not blurry, I will need to paint over it. But that's okay because I plan on it, right? That's a nice thing about working big to small, is that like any of the important spots, I'm gonna paint over anyway. Right, like this line here, why is it there? I don't know, let's get rid of it. So I paint it out. You can start shaping the edge of this, you know, and I just have to be a little more careful to what I want now, because anything I do paint will become a little bit more in focus than the rest of the stuff. Which is good if you're painting the focal points, you know? Maybe there's a castle here. What do you think so far about this, if you don't mind? Ooh, I like it. It's a cozy vibe, playing on the ground. I think the first thing, if I'm pointing out things that jump out as me as like potentially wrong, I think her leg on the person sitting cross-legged feels a little short or something. I'm not quite sure how to fix it. I feel like there should be more foreshortening sort of on the bigger side. Like, because it's closer to us, I feel like it should be even bigger. But I don't know. I don't know how to fix it because I don't know anatomy. But it does feel a little off. But I like it. I like this scene. I like the idea of them chilling on the ground playing with toys. What do you mean? This is Vegas's art. RD, this is... You checked on the detector and said AI? It's Vegas's art. I have doubts. Yeah, Vegas is a frequent sharer in the community of their art, and they frequently post updates and works in progress. I mean, you know, I guess Vegas could just one day decide to use AI and fool us all, but no, I'm pretty sure Vegas is okay. But again, maybe not. Who knows? You never know. If your detector ran that quickly, it's definitely not accurate. Yeah, detectors are notoriously bad, especially when they're, like Roy said, when they're running quickly. I think Skittle has had his detected a lot, despite him literally painting everything he's ever uploaded anywhere on stream. He has, like, you know, 40 hours of him working on a painting, and the thing is like, sorry, it's AI. I'm like, what? No? So yeah, detectors are notoriously sucky. The best way to see or investigate someone is to do, you know, just the bare minimum research, like go look through their work and see if they paint in a way that is consistent with the stuff they've been making, and also see if they've, like, just go back in time and, like, yeah. You can't no, you can't. That's why you have to do, like, I mean, you don't have to, but, like, also, when people, just a tip, Artie, not to call you out specifically, but this is just for anyone. Generally, when people are sharing art here and they're working along, like, there is an assumption, like, I guess it's not a rule that I have written down, and I probably should, that if you're sharing art, it's assumed to be yours, and if it's not, then that's when you need to say it's not yours, right? And we assume that the art is the people that posted it because 90% of everyone in art subreddits, or not subreddits, art Twitches are artists, right? So if I share art in someone else's Twitch, I'm implying I made it, right? If I didn't make it, I will say. I'll be like, here's art by so-and-so. So yeah. But yeah, no, people have... you know, people can try to deceive and fool and stuff, but generally when people are asking, like, what do you think of this, it's more of like a critique type thing, like, you know. I don't know, maybe not. I mean, you know, again, Vegas could be trying to pull a prank or something, or I don't know. I don't know if that's much of a prank, but you never know. But if you are ever curious, you know, before, like, accusing someone of something or even asking, you could just like look, I guess, and like do some. I mean, I guess you used an AI detector. That was an attempt, I suppose. So that's something. But yeah, no, AI detectors are notoriously bad, and it's also like it's detecting trends, and like AI is literally based on trends of real people, and so if you have like, yeah, if your art looks even resembles the type of stuff that people, the type of stuff that would have been taken by the AI to trained on, then like it's gonna think your stuff's AI. It is, I will say that is one of the biggest annoyances in sort of 2025 is like you see something online and you immediately have to be like on guard, not on guard, like on guard, but like, you know, your guards is up sort of, and like I mean, maybe it's a benefit in some ways of like don't trust stuff you see online or read online. But at the same time, it's kind of unfortunate when like everything image based is suddenly like essentially your entire hobby is now put under scrutiny of like people are immediately doubting you before they, you know, it does kind of suck. That's definitely a downside, a major downside, one of the many. But on some level, that level of skepticism is also, you know, on like societally, it's probably not terrible to like not trust everything you read online and assume that it could just be made up and wrong because the AI gets it wrong. Like that's actually probably in some ways a good habit to learn, especially nowadays, unfortunately, but it's, yeah, taking everything sort of like not at face value, you know. But you could probably argue that that's a little too far, where you just literally distrust everything right from the start. Neil deGrasse Tyson was posting a video about himself saying he's a flat earther. It's kind of funny. He was kind of talking about deep fake type stuff. Yeah, but really just anything. I mean, you know, you read like, I mean, it's kind of come full circle because like it used to be back in the day that like, you know, the younger generation who grew up with the internet would read something clearly fake. You know, like a friend of mine told me he just, you know, Bigfoot just entered his property and he shot it. My friend has Bigfoot in his house. And then like an elderly parent or something would read it and be like, oh, then they think it's true. It's like, come on, you know, like don't just believe what people say on the internet. Like people can lie, right? And there was sort of like this whole thing of like don't you know, look for the source, you know, find the source of the news article. But then with AI, it's like, okay, well now you have things that look trustworthy that aren't. And so now there's like a new level of skepticism. And then it happened with video, right? Where it's like even video proof used to be the gold standard and now it's not, right? It used to be like, unless you were a Hollywood film studio, you couldn't make that stuff that easily, right? And yeah, people could do, you know, clever like edits and a lot of CG work and just a lot of work to make something look fake or passably fake. But nowadays it's so much easier. And so, but then again, at the same time as all this, you have people reading the first line of, you know, the AI summary and they treat it as proof of like, you know, as fact. And it's like, well, what happened to that level of like I don't know, it's weird that there's almost like a double standard in the worst way where like on one hand I think people are increasingly skeptical of like videos and images, but then they just take AI overview as like totally, you know, proof of stuff. So it's just such a weird, it's very weird. I don't really know how to like wrap my head around it. Like just the other day I watched I'll admit I use AI overview only because it's there, and if it's for something inconsequential, you know, if it's basically confirming what I already think, which again is not a good way to do it, but It's like something inconsequential, and I'm like, am I remembering this right? And it's like, oh, turns out I probably am, right? I'm not like trying to do a deep dive, but if it's like anything fact based and I'm gonna make a real choice on it, like I'm not gonna trust AI overview. And I think I talked about this before, but like the one of the things I know a little bit about is like the weird, like, well, besides art, is like random Minecraft mechanics and stuff, which I'm not like super knowledgeable, but like the amount of times I've looked something up on AI overview and it's just wrong, flat out wrong. It's wrong more often than not when it comes to like video game mechanics, because one, mechanics change and they get updated, and because it's pulling from like the most things, if there's been something, let's say in a video game for 5 years and only last year it was changed, AI is going to have no idea, right? Maybe now there's some sort of weighting or something that it can self-correct. I don't know, but it's really, really bad with video game mechanics because that receive updates over time. And so yeah, it sucks at how to do things in software. Yeah, exactly. It's very similar to what I think I'm saying. Yeah, when software updates, it just doesn't know because it's trained on basically the overall. And if for the majority of the lifespan of the software, you had a certain rule set of like this is how the thing works, and then it changed, it's not going to know because it doesn't actually understand what's happening. It's just taking the most common thing. And so, yeah, anything sort of mechanics based or thing that receives updates, you know, how do you find this? What is the recipe for this thing in this video game? It's so bad. And so it's, yeah, I just have learned to basically completely ignore it. If it's something that's like fact based and I can actually find out the answer, I'll just not use it. Let's paint some dark, deep shadows. I feel like dark shadows are neat. They can be a little overpowering, though. Maybe that's not a good thing. You asked how to do something in CSP, and it was totally not a thing anymore. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful for software and games. It's been really good for helping research more high science stuff in your stories. It's usually pretty accurate. Yeah, I mean, I think there are some things it's pretty good at. But again, even then, you fall the risk of like misinformation. So like, I don't know. I haven't looked. Oh, hard science, gotcha. Like I was thinking just the other day, like if you were to write a story about horses, and it's kind of a common theme in stories, or especially in fantasy stories, that oftentimes people just don't know how horses work, and they forget that like they can't run that long. Like humans can oftentimes run a lot longer than horses, and people act like they can hop on a horse and ride day and night for multiple days on end and like arrive at their destination. Like that's not how horses work, right? You can't just like ride across country on a horse, right? And like it's, you know, but fantasy authors get this wrong all the time. And like I don't know, for maybe it's, you know, maybe this is such a well-known, you know, thing that they get wrong that people have talked about it, and so the AI would know that people get it wrong. But at the same time, this common mistake could easily lead an AI to think that horses work this way, right? Like it's written about so often that, you know, it might read this thing, a book about horses riding so long. It depends on what you ask. Yeah, probably. And again, if this is a well-known misconception, then like of course it's going to not get this wrong, right? But there are things like that people repeat over and over and over that are wrong, right? Old wives' tales type things, right? These sort of urban legend myth type things. People repeat them so much that like it will sort of spit back this kind of thing. You can ride a horse. Yeah, horses are like not these things that can just run forever, right? They're not, that's not how they work. But again, a lot of fantasy authors get it wrong. Or, you know, how people shoot a bow and arrow is a notoriously, like, they get it wrong in the movies kind of thing. And so if you're training, say, an AI on videos of people, fantasy characters shooting bows, it's probably going to train it wrong, right? Because the imagery out there is already wrong. And so it's kind of this like it's hard even for things. This is why I think if it's inconsequential, it's probably okay. And it can be an okay like jumping off. I don't know. I don't even know if it's like that. It's I don't use it enough to really know when it's good, but I've used it a little bit occasionally, and it's pretty terrible at most of the things that I know anything about. If I don't know about it, it sounds right, but it, why would I think it's right when it sounds right if I know that when I do know something about the topic, it's consistently wrong, right? Like, all of my data tells me that it's constantly wrong, and yet just because I don't know something about a topic doesn't mean suddenly now it's right. Like, that's not how that works. So yeah, I don't know. It's annoying. It definitely creates a weird cultural thing where like you have a mistrust in everything. I don't really know how to think about it. It's called me out on many things that said, well, books say this, but they're all wrong. Here's probably close to the truth. Yeah, but like it only knows that because somebody probably made a Reddit post about that, or like comment. I mean, that's like people do like to make these like, did you know that this thing isn't the way you think? I mean, those are like little, factoid things that people, they do circulate around the internet. But like that's why it knows that. It doesn't know that because it depends on the model you're using. Yeah, probably. Most do not. I mean, none of them have an actual understanding, as far as I know, an actual understanding of the world, right? They're all just language models. And yes, some of them probably skew like science journals more heavily than non-science. I'm sure there's good weighting systems. But even in that, right, there's lots of outdated science, and there's stuff that we have found to be better and more up to date. And again, hopefully they're weighted to like more recent as better, because that's how science works. It builds on itself. But yeah, it's tricky because again, it's I don't know, it's tricky. I tend to just try not to use it too much, and I just go to the site, the reference, the sources. If you Google something and it has an AI overview, just click the thing. It's just an extra step. Basically, you're just ignoring the AI overview. Just treating it as a Google search. Which is what we always did, You look through the search, you don't just always click the first result. You scroll down a couple, or whatever. And I feel like that you still have to do the equivalent of that. But yeah, okay, let's... What else can I glean from these images? I do like this water. The water is neat. I like the, these little bits of waves. I don't want to go crazy turquoise, I don't think. But we can ride around the edge. That's always a nice touch. Can you guys see this? I don't even know if it's on my screen. Oh yeah, it is. I do also like this. This looks like a golf course, though. I don't think I want to put a golf course in my scene. I think these flat areas might... Now, maybe they're not golf course. I wouldn't be surprised if they were golf courses. These just nice flat areas that are lush and green on the side. It's too low res of an image, but, something like that, that's weird looking. AI overview last year, eating rocks can be a good source of vitamins and minerals. Yeah, and it's funny, though. This is where, again, it kind of depends on what you're asking, and this is, I think, one of the tricky parts about it, is that if you don't know something, you don't know how common knowledge it is, right? For you, it might seem super rare, but maybe it's common knowledge, and so maybe the AI will get it right. But if you ask a really stupid question that no one's ever really asked before, except one person on the internet, they said some random thing, it'll just take that answer. A lot of the models, I don't know, again, maybe there are better models now that won't just take that one Reddit comment that made some random baseless claim, and that's the only time that question's ever been asked. But if you ask, like, it reminds, same thing, just last year, I think it was, around the same time as the rock eating thing. People were trying to come up, like those what do they call them? Not onomatopoeias, but those sayings, like, to remember, like, the planets. My very elderly mother just, I don't know, based on the letters of the planet, right? Like Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, right? So people will create little sayings to help remember them. I don't know what you call those, but like mnemonic devices of some sort. But there's another term for it. But anyway, people were making those up relating to like a field or something that they know, and the AI couldn't, like, the AI had no idea. Like, if you make a monic, is it a monic? No, not a moniker. But if you make one of these mnemonic devices for like a thing to like remember, I don't know, the parts of painting, value, hue, saturation, or something. And so maybe you make up a letter, or you make up a phrase, even if the phrase vaguely relates to the thing that you're actually doing. It's really bad at it. But someone found one of these that someone shared in a subreddit like 7 years ago for geology to remember, like, igneous and all the metamorphosis and all the different layers of rock going from top to bottom. And it was really obscure. And so when they put this into AI saying, what do you think this mnemonic device is for? It was like, oh, this is this thing. And they're like, holy crap, it's so good. And it's like, but if you made one up, it was awful. And the only reason it knew that is because one post from 7 years ago posted this mnemonic device exactly. And that's the only reason it knew it. And it's like, it's not smart. It didn't come up with this thing. It's just because it knew that one thing. It didn't know any other of these mnemonic devices. But if it's a common one, or one that's even been posted once, it can probably guess it, right? It's not guessing because it knows the answer. And so it's very deceptive. Like, it can feel like it's super brilliant. But anyway, I just thought that was always interesting because it's one of those cases where most people would never have heard that thing because it's been posted once and maybe seen by 100 people. And yet it spits it out like, making it, it's new to everybody who hears it if they use AI. And it makes it feel like it's novel and new and genius, but it's like, so if you ask it like to create I think it was somebody asked it to create a mnemonic device for the layers of the Earth. And it spit out a comment from 7 years ago. I think that was the story. And it sounded like it did a really good job, but it didn't, because it wasn't it. It literally just straight up ripped some other person off. But it sure does sound novel. And I don't know, I think what gets me about that is, like, everything is new to most people at most times. You know what I mean? Like, if you make it generate an image, and it's like, oh, this feels really new. You don't know. How would you ever know, right? You can't go and find the source. It might be vaguely similar. It might be a little bit different, just different enough to, like, not technically plagiarize, but, like, I don't know. It just feels like it'd be nice to find the sources of things. And a lot of times, especially with, like, images, it doesn't do that. At least with text, it's pretty good about sources now. A lot of the models, which is nice. Yeah, it's not intended to be not. I know. Well, yeah, but there's that weird problem with AI, right? Where, like, if it doesn't hallucinate at all, it's completely a plagiarism machine, right? But so you want it to hallucinate and be just novel enough so it can kind of piecemeal things together. And so it's sort of this weird, you want this weird middle ground, right? You don't want it to be purely factual, word for word, the answers to the questions. You want to, like, do a little bit of stuff to it, kind of, and it's this weird, like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you're using it for research, more or less so sophisticated. Yeah, I mean, if it's only trained on, like, academic stuff, but yeah, that's true. I mean, if you're using it for research, it's obviously not going to be the end step, right? Which is a good. But most people are not using it. I mean, most people, the general public doesn't use it for research. They're just using, like, AI overview, which is just the most broad of the broad things. And they don't know when the question that they're asking, if it's going to be one that the AI would know or wouldn't know, right? Again, if you ask it about video game mechanics, it's awful. But how would you know that, right? Unless you've been duped by it before, you're never going to know what you don't know. Like, it's one of those things. It doesn't tell you, here are the best ways to use this, right? It doesn't tell you that. So, like, yeah, if you know how to navigate it, you can do it, right? That's almost always the case. I don't know. It's annoying. I feel like it just causes more problems. Like, regular old Google search was way better, I think. There are definitely uses now, though, that are better than Google search, for sure. I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do. Wait, is that true? Because, like, 90% of my group of people I'm around are programmers. I don't see that as a thing. What, like it not knowing mechanics? Well, the same thing with, like, trying to understand code that's gone through updates, or understanding game mechanics or things in a game that's gone through updates, right? Like, if you ask me a question about Baldur's Gate 3, Baldur's Gate 3 has had many, many updates, right? It's anything that the AI knows is going to be very outdated. People, suggesting things that when they're wrong. You feel like everybody who use it? I mean, using AI overview? Oh, no. I mean, I don't have a huge data size, but, like, basically any teenager for sure, or most people, are just asking it like a Google search and just taking the answer verbatim, like they would with, like, a paid top comment. They're not digging deeper. They're not researching. It's just like, oh, I wonder what that orangey looking carrot thing that people eat on a, maybe you don't know what something is, and so you ask a really weird question because you're just trying to, like, ask it a question, like, what is this food that people eat on Thanksgiving that kind of, it's like, it's not a potato, but maybe it is. It's kind of sweet, and it's like, oh, that's and then it'll say, right? They're just taking it as a fact, giving you facts. And sometimes it gets it right, sometimes it doesn't, but they don't differentiate between the types of question. If you have a question, you ask AI. That's how the general public, as far as I know, uses it. Don't know something, ask AI. It doesn't matter. There's no differentiation between, oh, this is a technical question and this is a non-technical question. At least not from what I've seen. It's sort of like when people will again, I realize I'm using Twitter as an example, but, like, when there's a news update or something that happened, like, literally yesterday, people will ask Grok, is this true? How the heck is Grok gonna know if this is true? Like, it's... One, it happened yesterday, and the only thing it knows is what people are already saying about it, which... Yeah, it's awful. I find it is so misleading. I don't know. Again, there are cases where it's obviously it works. I don't want to go too much into this topic. I'm painting. I am just trying to sort of keep this very simple. A very simple painting. Maybe do some brushwork stuff. I'll play around with, like, softening edges, scattering things, blurring a bit. And things like that, which are very simplistic models. Yeah, which is what the general public uses, the simple models. I'm not claiming there aren't better models and that there aren't good ways to use it. I'm just, the general public doesn't use sophisticated models. They just use the what's Google gives them. And they also aren't using it in sophisticated ways. They're just using it to answer basically what a Google search would have done arguably better. Hey, Celestian, how's it going? But admittedly, I'm a little pessimistic when it comes to AI. I just think it adds a lot of frustration to the world. What's that word? Basically making things that already function a little bit worse and less trustworthy. The general public really thinks critically in general, so it's not really the AI's fault, it's society's fault. No, but if you add, that's like that's okay. Maybe I'm gonna make a bad analogy, but hopefully you can understand where I'm going with this. I think that's the same analogy people use, or that's the same argument more or less that people use for like, if I'm a store and I put candy right at kids' eye levels, and I make them wait in line for an hour and tempt them with these sugary discounted sweets, it's their fault if they buy it. That's a society's fault. That's not the store's fault actively manipulating you to buy their stuff. I don't think that's right. I think if you're making something so easy to use, you place it at the top of the results, basically encourage them not to think about it, and then say, well, it's your fault you didn't think about it. You're actively encouraging them not to think and then blame them for not thinking. Yes, you should be doing the opposite. You should encourage them to think. Make them scroll through a few menus to find what they're looking for. Add that friction, because that will actually encourage that thought. We're actively removing friction, which is encouraging the behavior they already are wanting, their biology wants them to do. Right? If your biology wants you to be lazy, and you encourage people to be lazy, don't be shocked when they're lazy, right? Like, that's crazy to me. So, I don't think that's a good placing the blame on the people who are being actively, basically manipulated to use a thing a certain way. Don't be like, well, it's your fault you used it that way. Like, yeah, I mean, I understand from the personal stance, like from my stance. Celestian, hope everything's going well. Everything is going well. We're going on our weekly AI rant. That being said, from a personal sort of philosophy view, I think people should hopefully want to, counteract their sort of initial impulse of being lazy or, the quick answer. But, like, it's hard. You can't do it all the time. That's a little different, as that's malicious intent from the store. No, it's not. They just want it to optimize profits. They're not actively trying to be bad. They just want more money, and it works for them. Most AI models aren't not intending to be malicious, you mean? No, I don't think anyone's being intentionally malicious. I think they're just doing a thing that is feeding into a biological... they have different motives. It's not about malicious. I don't think any of them are being malicious. It's just being a worse outcome for society, right? Same thing with the, algorithms on Facebook. Do you think pushing, the extreme stuff, that's not their intent. Their intent is just to optimize time spent on their services, which just so happens to be feeding them up extreme outrage content, because that makes people engage, right? And engagement leads to longer time viewing, which means more ad and more data collected. It's not malicious. I don't think anyone who runs a social media actively wants to make the world a worse place, but they have incentives that nudge their company in one direction, which just so happens to be bad for society as a whole, probably, right? That happens a lot. That's not like this isn't a new phenomenon, right? Again, grocery stores is one example of that, with like junk food, being put in prime spots for like, to sell it. Because if you make people work for something that's bad for them, they're not going to do it, right? Well, I mean, they might, but if you make it easy, they're absolutely going to do it. AI is not doing anything for selfish purposes. No, but it's still optimized for something, and that thing, in many cases, is trying to feed you an answer without you having to do any extra thought. It's trying to do the research for you, and when it gets it wrong, you're offering up a thing on a silver platter and then saying, well, it's your fault you took what's on the silver platter. So it's not, again, it's not malicious and it's not selfish. It's just different incentives. Its goals are not aligned with sort of the behavior that humans want to do. Or I guess I should say it's so aligned that it encourages them to keep doing it, right? It's basically, if you remove enough friction, I mean, it's kind of like the Wall-E type of thing, right? Wall-E, is that you say? Wall-E, right? The movie where, like, I mean, I know that's just an animated kids film, but like, if you give everybody the thing they want and don't let them work, I'm not saying everyone's just gonna be lazy, but like, some portion of the population surely will. And I'm not saying that's always bad, but like, there could also be ways to counteract that if you just allow, like, making everything easy, including, you know, information, which is also wrong, it is potentially harmful. So, I don't know. I think that's just incentives kind of having a bad outcome that's not desired. It's not about malicious intent or anything. But yeah, I mean, it's a tricky thing to solve. It's, you know, obviously I don't have the answers, but it's, I think AI is in a, you know, it's very, it feels very reminiscent of like the whole social media thing where, like, you know, people end up getting really bad like self-esteem and self-image and self-worth because they're being fed basically garbage, right? And it can affect people's mental states, it can affect people. And like, I think, you know, I think there's something similar with AI where it's like, this tech is good for some stuff, probably lots of things, but there's also these consequences that we just aren't really fit to deal with that well because we are humans not built for, you know, this kind of, like, it's just not something that is like is in our nature to do well. And so we, like, yes, you can learn it, but it's not, you know, you have to work at it. Try Hardy, Ellie, how's it going? But yeah, I don't have a solution to it. But that doesn't mean it doesn't seem to be clearly a problem, or to some degree. But yeah, I think I mentioned like sweets and stuff at the store. A while back, actually, not even a while back, it's pretty common. But at my grocery store, we will sell soda for cheaper than water, than bottled water. So, like, if you buy a 2 liter of water, which I don't think we sell 2 liters, and a 2 liter of soda, the soda's cheaper. I just find that wild. Like, water plus a bunch of stuff in it is cheaper than just water. I'm sure there's reasons, but that to me is like, that is incentivizing behavior. Again, not malicious, probably not. They're just trying to make money, and they have a process that is so streamlined. I guess they can afford to do it. That's just economics at play, I'm sure. But it, like, okay, like, let's be real. If you're a poor person and need something to drink, what are you buying? Be honest. I just don't like people blame technology when it is inherently neutral. I don't think it's so. I don't think it's about being neutral or not neutral. It's about incentives to me. I don't think it's about blaming technology. I think if you, from like a social science perspective, if you encourage certain types of behavior, and again, not explicitly encourage, but like, you know, market trends can encourage behaviors if you push a thing, right? It's encouraging as in incentives. It's still people's incentives, not... I mean, sure, and one of those incentives is, like, to make money, because that tech wouldn't exist, right? Companies have to monetize the thing eventually. It's not neutral because the companies are making it for profit, right? It's not neutral. It's not, here's a cool thing and put it into the world for free. It is, here is a thing that people are trying to profit from. And once you introduce any it's not just like, it's not like some natural resource. I mean, even that has incentives, right? Like, the rarity of it. I mean, there are things, sure, you can argue it's people's incentives or not, but I don't think that's like splitting hairs, because incentives are going to exist for most things. And again, the incentives aren't bad, not inherently. It's just they can have unintended consequences if you scale them up certain ways, or, you know, like, yeah. That's, I mean, again, that's like saying, you know, I mean, I guess it's hard to use other technology, because there's always going to be like, well, you know, guns are designed to do something very specific. So it's like, well, of course there's an incentive there, but like, AI is supposed to make our lives easier, right? I mean, is that not the incentive? Like, to make your life easier? Like, it's actively encouraging people to do less work. Is that not nearly the sole purpose of it? Other than to make money for the companies who can sell you on investing for their AGI. But making your life easier pretty much means that now it's encouraging you not to work. Like, almost by definition. Maybe I'm wrong in that. So, I don't know. I guess for me, it just doesn't... Like, I don't know. Again, there's not really blame. It's just, like, it is the way it is. But, like, we can understand how humans work. And acting surprised when humans do the thing they're more or less programmed to do. When in certain situations. And they're like, oh no, how did I ever guess that that's how people would respond? This actually caused a huge problem in Appalachia. Soda was marketed as so much cheaper than clean water, and it caused major dental issues across the region. And there's even a term for it, Mountain Dew mouth. Yeah, I mean, and just like, I mean, yeah, and again, you could say, oh, but it's capitalism's fault. But like, sure, but so everything is existing under capitalism at the moment. So even AI is built under capitalism, people trying to make money. So there's always an incentive. And you can say, oh, but that's a human incentive. They're what is that phrase? Like, garbage in, garbage out kind of thing. Like, it's trained on the entire world existing under this thing. Like, it's not like you're getting rid of even the responses of it. I mean, everything, right? You can't separate the two. So to act like it's this totally neutral thing that exists just purely as if it was just discovered. No, it was invented by humans for humans to do a thing to make their lives easier and make them have to work less. Again, I'm not saying that we all should have to work more for basic information, but the downstream effects are absolutely foreseeable, and they're not they're not in the best interests of the people, creating them, to avoid them, because that's not, less money for them. So what am I doing here? I'm just making shapes. I feel like we need some different shapes here. But yeah, I don't know. It's a big topic. I guess this is why I mean, I think like cultural issues when it comes to AI and all that is just like one of the many kind of gripes. I mean, again, I don't even like, I actually think on the whole, there are going to be some, maybe not on the whole, but certainly there will be some really cool and good uses for it. I mean, it's not like, oh, it's all bad, but you can still have a tech exist and not push the tech, right? it works itself out eventually. I mean, maybe. Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes humans are pretty good about this stuff. But also sometimes we're not. I mean, you also have, like, literal people, like, lobbying against certain things because it's not in their intent. I mean, there's so many issues that add friction. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to be optimistic and like, oh, I think we'll pull through on a lot of big issues. But at the same time, we aren't even doing things about the people actively not making it happen, let alone just, like, letting it work itself out. So it's, I don't know, I find it to be a bit tricky when people's wallets are... What's that saying? Something about, like... No, I don't remember. I'm not even gonna try to remember. What did cars do to the horse carriage? Oh, I'm not talking about job displacement. That I actually, my stance is pretty neutral. I that is normal, right? Industries being disrupted is fine. I'm not making that argument in any way, shape, or form. Job markets will be disrupted. It does suck in the short term, but yeah, no, that is normal. I'm not talking about job market disruptions, though. I think a better analogy would be like pollution from automobiles. Or things that are actively, yeah, like pollution would be a big one. Where, like, we're damaging things and then now we're, like, fighting to claw back, and we're met with friction from people who don't want to make any changes because their entire way of life is so ingrained in this one way of working. That's my point, though, Vegas. You said yes, but that's something we had no clue about until it was a thing until later. Yeah, but that's the point, right? Sometimes we also know about the thing and we still go forward with it. I mean, at this point, like... I mean, I'm trying to think of an example. I'm pretty sure there are plenty of examples, but I'm not, like, a fountain of knowledge here. Well, it's not like sometimes shit happens, though, because when you have people actively fighting the thing, the solution, because the incentives don't align, that's a problem, right? When you have a thing that causes a problem, whether intentionally or not, and then you can't fix it because you've sort of pushed the boulder down the hill, so to speak, and it's only going faster. The hard part with job displacement is that AI is taking over so fast, people don't have time or money. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is a problem. I mean, my biggest gripe is that there's an ethics issue with it. I mean, again, I normally wouldn't be one to be like, oh, job displacement, therefore the thing that's displacing jobs is bad, right? That's not an argument for why AI is bad, right? AI isn't objectively bad, but it's like, you know, it's bad for copyright issues, right? It's like if you steal from someone and then build a thing that actively displaces their work, they should have been compensated, right? Because you used their work to displace them. That's not an issue we're even trying to fix, or I mean, artists are, but, like, right? And we saw that coming literally from, like, day one. I mean, people have known, like, it's the issues with a lot of my issues with AI have nothing to do with, like, the tech itself. In fact, the tech could be fine. I mean, again, a lot of these things we're talking about, like misinformation, these could be issues that are absolutely sorted out, right? If we had laws, maybe, and can put safeguards in place for certain things, but we don't, and we aren't, because people are, you know, but my money. Artists are the canary in the coal mine, and it feels so weird for that to be true. I mean, to some degree, I think that's, yeah, that's kind of true, especially with, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think like, you know, I've been, this is my political, not political, but economic stance, but like, have been a supporter of something like universal basic income for a long time. I think even that would help stem the bleeding from like crazy times and fast changing world, and you know, not even just with AI but just in general. Like that would just be a good thing. And also like people should be able to live more of the life they want and less of the life of being required to like, you know, work. And yet we just introduced a law to like up the retirement age to 75. That's the opposite, right? People should not be having to work longer. They they should be able to enjoy more of their life because look how more productive we are. And yet we have economic incentives that actively make people's lives worse, and we know it does. It's not like, oh, but we couldn't have seen that coming. Constantly we are pushing things in ways that make, you know, basically the world a worse place. I mean, there's a whole word like inshitification, where you have like a good thing that is working functionally, but because people wanting to milk it for all it's worth, well, that's still, sure it is, but we can't. Yeah, that's true. It's also a societal issue that AI exists because people decided it was okay to steal from them. That's a societal issue too. AI is born out of societal issues of greed and complacency and poor decision making. Like, to say, oh, AI is neutral in this, no, AI is a direct result of people completely having a disregard for other people's desires and how other work is used, and basically saying, there's not any, like, this might feel unethical, but there's no law directly referencing this, so we can get it. We can just pay lawyers to get us out of it. We'll you know, move fast, break things, and we'll try to clean up the mess later. That is a societal issue. And that is exactly what has led to such a complacency around misinformation and improper use and copyright issues and misinformation. All the stuff that AI contributes to, all the bad stuff, is stuff that we can see coming a mile away, but that was disregarded because of societal issues. So to act like it's not this unbiased thing is wild to me. It's born directly in the interests of the people who disregarded all of those things. Okay, my rant's over. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. What am I working on today? I am painting an environment. I am painting an environment. Just a chill landscape. That's how AI is used, sometimes used by. That's what's the high thing. So many people use AI in ethical and productive ways. It's not about use, it's about built. It's built unethically. That's like saying, that's like, to me, that's like justifying, like, I mean, it's not quite the same as justifying slavery, but like, taking people's unpaid labor, forcing, you know, basically saying, I'm going to take your labor and I'm not going to pay you for it, and then I'm going to eventually maybe replace you and you're going to get nothing from it. That's kind of an analogy in some ways. Again, maybe it's a bit extreme of an analogy. And then to say, well, all the stuff that came from that is good. Well, no, not really. Like, there's ways to do it in ways, you know, we can build civilizations that don't require that. And if you require that kind of labor to make your thing, then maybe it shouldn't exist in the first place. It's not about the use, it's about the creation of it. And again, when I'm saying AI, I'm specifically referencing generative AI. Every single thing I've said today about AI, anything negative, is 100% about generative AI. Things that are based on large samples of data, not condoned for use, to then be used in ways and complete disregard for the sources they came from and how they're being used. But not even how they're being used, just the sources. I'm talking about the process, not the outcome. I don't care what someone makes with AI. That's irrelevant. It's the AI model itself and how it came to be. What someone does with it, that's another issue entirely. Again, we can have safeguards and stuff like that and laws, but that's not the core issue. The core issue is the process. Okay, rant. I said that I was done, but I'm not, clearly. But yeah, it's... I think that's what's so frustrating, especially, like, and maybe this is, like, an artist thing. Probably not, but it feels like an artist thing sometimes. Where, like, I genuinely don't care what the outcome is half the time. It really is about the process. And if you have such a terrible process that you're stepping on people and injuring people and hurting people along the way, then to say, well, the thing, it's in the outcome's good, that doesn't justify it. That's not making the world a better place. That's actively setting a precedent for a worse world. Like, you are quite literally saying it's okay to do all these terrible things because look at the outcome this one time. But yes, society is, you know, again, it exists because of the society we're in. Untangleable. Is that a word? Untangleable? Untangleable. Untangleable. I don't think that's a word. Cannot be untangled. Ooh, I like those colors. What if we go a little bit lighter in here? A little grayer? I'm trying to add basically some details back here. Maybe a little bit greener. That sort of AI is like, yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. That's the stuff that I'm talking about. And when, yeah, obviously there's AI that's not generative AI, and there's a lot of good AI. Again, I'm not just like anti-AI. Like, no, that's the stuff I'm talking about, because the good stuff is doing good stuff in the background, and like, I don't know, there's not a lot to talk about there. Like, but actively ignoring the bad stuff because there's some good stuff is also not the answer, right? I mean, I've always been a person, this isn't getting away from AI for a second. I've always been a person where, like, if things are functioning fine, I don't have much to say, right? But when something's, even if it's my own sort of tribe, so to speak, right? Or whether it's a political party or people who believe something that I believe, right? And we typically would stand united. I tend to speak more out against the people I already agree with when I feel like they're starting to, like, go down the wrong way, right? Like, if it's something that's, like, established as bad, I don't really have much to say on that either. It's more of like when something changes and goes from, like, normal or whatever it changes, and it changes for the worse. That's when I feel like I comment on those things. I don't... Yeah, I mean, there absolutely are good things. I'm not, you know... But I think, like, acting like that justifies the bad stuff, I don't know if that's true. And that's a different discussion. But to me, I'm more focused on the process. Like, how do you go about, you know... I mean, science has this figured out, right? Like, science is pretty good about this, in general, of, like, how do we go about doing experiments that don't violate people's human rights, right? Most universities have, like, ethics committees that you know, if you want to do something and try to get a grant for research, you have to go through an ethics committee to make sure it's, like, you're doing it in a good way. It's not just everything is free reign. Like, you have to do science in a way that is not bad, right? Like, it's important. And that should be a thing for businesses too. And if it's not. And that's my issue with a lot of stuff, is, like, actively making unethical choices because it's a money issue, and it's, I don't know, just feels feels like the wrong way. I never justify the bad stuff, but at the same time, the bad stuff will always happen, and we can always do is try to catch it. Yeah, but a lot of time we do catch it, and it continues for a long time because people lobby against it, or the people who are in charge of changing it are, their vested interest is not to have it change. And it's certainly a tricky problem, but again, I feel like the only way that does change is if you just like, oh yeah, that always happens, but that's how you don't change anything either. I don't know. That's my stance on it. Like, obviously the companies doing bad stuff who are the ones who have to change. Like, you have to force their hand sometimes. And if there isn't an active call for them to be, their hand to be forced, then they will literally never change, and they have no incentive to change. You have to make the incentive such that they will change. And we know that, right? Again, pollution is a good one, a good example. Companies will do whatever they can if it's legal, even if it's terrible, and they know it's terrible, but they will keep doing it if it makes them more money, if it's cheaper or whatever. Anyway, that's my rant. Man, I'm on fire today with my hot takes and rants. Anyone who stuck around, I appreciate you being here. This is a long painting, though. Very long boy painting. We are long painting. The problem is, though, if it makes 20 people money, nothing anybody else does even matters because 20 people control my... Yeah, exactly. But that's not... To me, I guess the answer isn't really to roll over. I mean, I kind of... I mean, maybe this isn't the point you're making, but there is a point to be made of, like, you know, maybe we should just, you know, focus on the good stuff, stop worrying about, you know, don't stress out. And I do think that's valid. Like, I don't think I stress out about it, which you may not believe. Based on the way I rant about it. But like I think it is a good way of living, of just like, you know, what if you can't do anything about it, then like don't stress. I'm still here. Aw, thanks, Cold Case Creativity. I'm loving this coastal scene. Love how wide the aspect ratio is. Yeah, it was fun. I enjoy these super wide aspect ratios. It's not something I do very often because I don't really know, like, what do you do with it, you know? Like a Twitter banner, I guess? Actually, I think last time, I love ranting about stuff that rubs me the wrong way a little bit. It's kind of an enjoyment of mine, so it's less of like a source of stress, but more of enjoyment. I shared the thing when I posted the other long painting, this one. I shared this, right? I made this is the last long painting I did. This is the one, actually, last time No Concept rated us. This is what we ended up painting. And funny now that she rated us today at the start of stream, we're doing another long painting. But this painting, someone replied, where is it? No, it wasn't this. I don't know where it was because I thought it was in this one. Maybe they deleted their account. Someone basically replied and said, "Thank you for my new Twitter banner." And they just like yoinked it. And whatever, I don't really care, but it was just like the way they said it was like, "Oh, great. I've found the new art that I'm just going to put on my Twitter profile and brand myself with your art." You know, they weren't a company or anything. It was just a person. But it rubbed me a little bit the wrong way because like Twitter is very much branding, especially the way I use it. And so to basically say, "Hey, thanks for the new branding," and then take it just felt a little slimy. Like, no, like, "Hey, is it okay if I use this as my banner?" Or like, none of that. No pleasantries, just, "I'm gonna use it, nothing you can do about it." And they took it and they use it. They still, to this day, as far as I know, they have it as their banner. I don't really mind, but there is potentially issues there, especially if they're like, you know, again, if you think of it as a brand, it can get into sketchy territory if the brand is like actively hurting people. and that image is then associated with a thing, and it's like, well, crap, do I then post this? And like, I don't know. It is tricky. Branding stuff can be a tricky territory. But in general, I wouldn't care if someone used my art for like a banner, but there is this weird line on like platforms like Twitter where it's not just for personal use. Like once you make it public like that, it's suddenly becoming more than just personal use, which is, again, not always, but sometimes it does. It's a weird tiptoey line in the age of the internet where nothing is just one thing. News is not just news, it's also entertainment, right? You know, everything is like a mix of entertainment and a business and news. Like everything is like all jumbled together, and it's just it's a tricky environment to navigate, I think. Especially if you're someone who just makes stuff and then puts it out there. But yeah, I'm glad you like it, Cold Case. They're definitely fun paintings to do. I just don't do them very often because, yeah, like I said, I don't really know what to do with them. Like, how do I use it, you know? Like, what is it for? I can't upload it anywhere. Not really. I mean, it doesn't, you know, in Instagram, it's not even an aspect ratio it'll accept. So I then have to, like, cut it up and stuff or add, like, a crazy frame around it like this. This is probably what I would do. Oh, here, let me do something first. Let me make the selection. So typically what I would do if I wanted to post this to Instagram is I would stretch it like this first. And then go like, oops. Why isn't this doing that? There. I would do something like this, right? Where, so now the aspect ratio will fit Instagram, but then it looks weird, and it's kind of, I mean, it's strangely cinematic, I guess. But I don't like doing that because then I don't know, it's not great. But it's a solution. But yeah, there's not a lot of good uses for this. Not a lot of good use cases for super long banners. I'm trying to think, now that I'm actually thinking about format though, I wonder in theory, what are like, I mean, I guess backgrounds, right? Backgrounds are one where like if you have you could have like a boat in here. How do you draw a boat? Here's a boat. And if you had an animation of a boat, you could have it in the river, and it would, as you would pan the camera, and it would, go along here. So like the long format would help you pan the camera for a long time, and then people could get off the boat, and then these people, could start moving, right? And the camera could keep panning, and then they would, they could end up where you want. So for a background animation, sometimes long, I think sometimes really long paintings are okay, because that's kind of how like you can scroll, right? Although nowadays I think you use a lot of 3D animation, but I think this is still a thing, I think. I don't know, I don't do a lot of background work. But yeah, some long backgrounds are definitely a thing. There we go, a little darker up here. A little bit darker here too. Oh, maybe this one goes this way. Wait, these were gonna be the other way. Hold on. I goofed up. There, something like that. I'm just trying to make these look like they have little ridges. That way when I come in here and I start making this a little bit lighter, I can kind of do some little scribbly lines in here and almost treat it as like the tree lines, you know? This might get a little bit too much. Okay, let me find a better image for this. Close that. I'm trying to find an image. I'm going to find an image with these nice lines of the mountains. And then I'm going to actually click it so I can get a high-res image of it. Or a higher-res image of it. That way I can try to understand maybe a way, like how these things work. Like the scale of these trees down here. Right, because obviously I don't want the trees everywhere. But it would be nice to put some trees so that we can start to see the, you know, the scale of them. And then down here, maybe just down at the base. So you can start to see some of this light. But it's not everywhere, you know? And maybe there's some light spots down here. Stuff like that. Here's what I have so far, your second page of the comic. Let's take a look. Oh, I like it. I like that you... Oh, okay, gotcha. So that one was like a one panel. I was curious what the big circle thing was. That makes sense. Yeah, that's cool. I like the layout of it. That's a neat layout. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what to do with this mountain back here. I don't want to go too dark back here because that's kind of like the nice dividing line that we have. I think something like that would work. Maybe this could be a little... Oh, I have an idea. Also, it's almost 3 o'clock. How did time go? I guess that's what happens when I rant about stuff for too long. I should have known. They're basically all talking about how they're dealing with the blizzard outside, and in the corner, a person is saying, "We're all in this together." Gotcha. Or something along those lines. Gotcha. I like it. I like the way that you have sort of that like sitcom vibe of a in a comic. I think I mentioned that last time. Okay, so here, what I'm gonna do is I'm trying to make this, like, sort of look like a castle or something spiring up. But at the same time, I also want the shape to be kind of interesting. So maybe there's like a red? I don't know. No, that's an extremely uninteresting shape. I think that works. We have these sort of shapes up here. This might be a little bit too... What is it? It's a little bit too something. I think that works. I don't know. Do I like that shape? Not really. We can do better. We can do better. Kind of want... Maybe there's like a... I don't know. Something lopsided? No. Gosh, I'm trying to figure out a nice shape for this. A little bit of graphic design vibes going on. Maybe our castle... I don't know. Maybe the 3 towers is weird. Maybe I need more of like an on-ramp to this thing. Something like that. It's 2 tower. It do be 2 towers. Maybe something like that. Where there's sort of like there's an on-ramp. Maybe this thing can be a little bit lighter or darker. It doesn't have to be crazy, right? Like, again, it will be just sort of... Hot take here, I think Lord of the Rings is overrated. I mean, I think nowadays... I mean, a lot of hype has died down, right? Like, I think Lord of the Rings, I mean, it kind of invented an entire genre of that, like, high fantasy kind of thing. So, like, there's definitely some, you know, people always will reference it and go back to it as sort of, like, the roots. But, yeah, no, I think in terms of, like, overall, I agree. I think there's a lot of really amazing series that are quite good, that definitely don't even get a fraction of the buzz. So in that sense, I think I would agree with you. It's also just very simple, and I think it's a nice reminder that, like, you don't need something super complex. It's literally, we need you to go on a journey to this faraway place and have this ring, and then just stuff happens along the way, and, like, it's pretty straightforward, you know? Monster Chords is going to share my recent drawing. Oh, perfect. Any feedback is welcome. For me, the main issue was it looks meh for some reason.
I don't see it yet. It's still loading. Practice Lighthouse finale. I like it. I think my biggest issue with it, the initial thing that I notice. So, again, this isn't real advice. This is more like, if I were the one painting this, here's the things I would change, which again, that might be advice that turns it into my painting and less into your painting. So I'm going to try to keep it objective. I feel like there's sort of like a... Because it's very detailed, right? You put a lot of detail in it. And I think there's a teeny tiny bit of, like, pulling of the attention. Like, the background, for example, with all those houses on the hill, with all the lights. There's so many lights back there, and they're surprisingly contrasty, that, like, they kind of draw my attention, like, more than the main lighthouse. And the main lighthouse feels like it's... Like, obviously I see the lighthouse, right? Like, I'm not blind. But it doesn't really jump out to me as, like, this is the main thing, right? I think also it's kind of top-heavy. Like, you have the back hill, the lighthouse, and the airplane. They're all kind of, like, in the same spot, right? It'd be like if in my painting, if I had, you know, focal point 1, focal point 2, you know, focal point 3. Like, they're all just kind of in a row, right? You have like a hill, the tower, and then the airplane. It's like, well, what's happening down here, right? And I feel like, you know, that's where I oftentimes will use like this very obvious path type thing going in. But I like it. I mean, I think it's good. Yeah, the sunset and the lights. Yeah, that's another thing, right? The sunset is kind of its own focal point. This is also a reason I've mentioned this on stream before a little bit, where I'm not a huge fan of sunset paintings unless you keep them extremely simple and just have like silhouettes. Because it kind of is its own focal point. Like, the thing we like about sunsets is the sunset, right? If you want to talk about like lighting something well, you know, that's oftentimes we use like golden hour lighting, or, you know, there are lighting scenarios that can really illuminate something and shine a light on it that isn't just making the sky orange. I do wonder if that would be another direction you could go, or could have gone. I guess either or. But yeah, no, it's tough. Sunset, I just find sunset paintings really tough for that reason, because they are kind of a focal point. It's also very saturated. Color-wise, I actually think the colors are great, though. I think it's gorgeous. But, yeah. I don't know. I think overall it's really nice. It's a very beautiful image. I don't really have any... I mean, I wouldn't say any of my comments are, like, super important, because I actually think it's a very nice image. Maybe there's a little bit of... Again, this is... I'm kind of stretching here, but, like... I'm a little confused on the perspective. On one hand, it looks like we're above the tower, but on the other hand, there's nothing behind it. Like that we see a hill, right? We see two hills, but like, I feel like based on our perspective, which appears to be above that tower, it feels like we should be able to see a lot further back, which is kind of like confusing from like a perspective. Why? Because like when you have an ellipse above the horizon, or when you have an ellipse in your painting, it's kind of implying that like we're above the ellipse, right? We're clearly somewhere up here if this is what we're seeing, right? And so your lighthouse is basically constructed out of lines like this. I do wonder if you made it a teensy tiny bit taller and changed the lines to go this direction, especially as you go up above like that hill, and then you can change them down to this direction. That way it just makes it feel a little bit taller, rather than it feels like we're looking... Because, we are looking down, so, like, I wouldn't... You know, but once you start getting above that top hill, unless you're going to add more hills over there, I would change the direction of these. Otherwise, you run the risk of giving the illusion that we're above the lighthouse, And then like, if we're so far up, why can't we see behind, you know, those top things? That might be a solution, or a not really a solution, but like a thing you could think about. Maybe that perspective on the lighthouse feels a little wonky. But it's funny, you know, art is one of those things where like nothing egregious jumps out to me, right? It's not like, oh my gosh, this is like, it's good. Like, you overall, it's really nice. It's just a lot of tiny little small things, and it's kind of like the decision to me, like when you're making art, or at least when I'm making art, the decisions in theory from where's the perspective, where, you know, what is the lighting, which is the sunset, you know, where are my focal points? On their own, they're not really that bad, but they all kind of, in theory, at least in my opinion, they should all kind of point to the same direction. Like, what is the mood? Okay, that's where the lighting fits. What is our perspective on the tower? Okay, that's going to be, you know, it's going to try and fit the mood. Are we looking up at this grand thing, or are we looking off over a vast distance, you know? And just making everything kind of align, you know, so that they have this sort of consistency of decision making. Because I feel like your image, the colors are gorgeous. Compositionally, it's fine. Like, everything on its own is fine, but I feel like there's just like the harmony between all of the choices are, again, it's one of those things that's like, you know, it's a great painting, but in your next paintings, these are things to think about, you know? I think my main concern, though, is the places where the eyes are drawn are probably the most clean. Like, the empty spaces, you mean? Is that just because there's a lot of stuff happening, and then, like, your eyes find those rest areas? But that's also, like, another, that, you know, again, that's kind of, oh, it's the, probably the least clean. Oh, you mean, like, detailed clean. The least clean. Interesting. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, but I mean, I think there's probably a lot of little tiny things like that. Oh, you mean detailed versus rough brushstrokes. Gotcha. Oh, like in the background, kind of? So see, like, I don't think the background should be this place the eyes rest in, right? Especially, like, I think it should either, well, again, I don't know what you were going for, but presumably it should be like the tower, probably. The airplane is obviously one of them, right? Because it's very bold against that sunset. And also, the funny enough, the airplane, due to like the size of it, kind of feels like it's quite a bit forward in a way, but also kind of far back. And I do wonder if you could push it way further back, like make it smaller and more silhouette-y and a little lighter. I wonder if that wouldn't help bring out some of the other focal points and also push it back further in the scene. Can I bring it on screen? Also, hello! Hello, Cat Snack. How's it going? Welcome, Raiders. We're painting a long boy painting today. Look at it. It's very long. But yeah, I do wonder if maybe, because like, there's this thing that happens a lot when I paint environments that I do very poorly. Or I do it, here, let me close some of these. Random stuff. Testing the limits of your graphics card, I see. Yeah, well, it's not a very big, it's only 4,000 pixels wide and 1,000 pixels tall. It was just a fun painting to work on. I don't know, long paintings are kind of fun, but I don't really have much use for them. Overall, it's mostly the little things. Yeah, I agree, Vegas. Yeah, you guys just tuned in to me and Vegas and some other people talking about a painting by Monster Chord. We were kind of discussing it. I didn't put it up on the screen, but I will now because I just got permission. But yeah, Cat Snack, would you like to share what you were working on? So this is the painting by Monster Chord. So yeah, I guess what I was Well, actually, here, it's almost easier if I just bring up the other painting. So I do wonder if, like, if this was made... I'm going to make a big selection. If this was just, like, a little smaller to be more distant, just to, like, knock it back. I mean, obviously, this could be the main focal point, but more just, like, keep it a silhouette. Because sometimes when you have something... Also, this looks terrible. Or what I just did looks terrible. Your painting looks great. Because sometimes when you have, like, something... Let's call this the midground, even though you could argue it's the foreground. But let's just call it the midground. Then if you had the airplane also feel like the midground, it can feel kind of weird. Like, sometimes it's good to sort of push things from, like, you know, one focal point in the background, then the midground, then the foreground, right? And kind of jump it in dimensions, not just, you know, from here to here to here, but also from background to foreground to midground, right? Like, you can jump it around. So sometimes just something like that could help a little bit, I think. Because this kind of feels like, you know, relative size is like, how big is this airplane? It kind of feels like it's in the foreground, but I don't feel like it's actually in the foreground, right? It kind of feels like it's almost aligned with this. But what I was talking about with these is I wonder if these should have gone up, right? Because this feels like we're looking above it, which means this feels like there should be more mountains back here, which I don't think you want, right? And so I do wonder if these should have gone this way. Or at least, well, these probably shouldn't have. These should have probably been straight, right? Here, let me try that. Like, if these were flat, and then as they get higher up, they get a little bit more curvy, I do wonder if that would have helped solve the problem a little bit with the perspective. I don't know if that's actually better or what, but anyway, that was my thought. I just try to summarize them. Also, this is a really... Sorry with these checkered lines. It's probably awful for you guys to look at. Ooh, great! Cat snack, we got... Oh, holy crap, this is good. Look at this. Look, look, look. Okay, cat snack, you are amazing. Look at this art. Jeez. The anatomy, the pose, everything is so... It's still rough, says cat snack. Dude. Look at the... Look at the hair and the lines. This is not rough. Are you kidding? Thanks, big dog. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Just a little rough. Bottom hand. Yeah, sure, there's parts of it that aren't finished. But also, like, we were kind of talking about this earlier. Like, you started with the focal points. So, like, the head, the face. Yeah, sure, the stuff that we aren't supposed to look at isn't super clean. That's fine. Like, still works. All the stuff you're supposed to look at is done. Anyway, it looks basically done. But, yeah, no, this is gorgeous. Really, really nice job. Super fun pose. Love all the little details. The shapes in the hair. Everything. Also, just a good shapes and stuff overall. This is awesome. Very cool work. Thank you so much for sharing. But yeah, one of the things that I do frequently is end up putting, like, let's say I have a bunch of hills in a painting. This is very, very simple. I'll end up doing something like putting all of my focal points on this main hill, or like I'll stick them all in the middle, and I'll have something like this in the background, and it ends up just being like it ends up feeling like everything is like, I might vary the size, right? I might do something like this, and in theory that's not bad, right, to have something like that. So I'll vary the size, but I won't vary the depth, right? Everything will feel like it's kind of in the midground, right? Whereas if I was doing this better, right? Let's go like this real quick. Right, if I was doing this a little bit better, I might say, okay, well, these are gonna be really, really light and small, right? Like just that way I'm also pushing them in the background, right? And then this one might be it's same location more or less, but now it's in the foreground, and this one's going to be in the midground, and it'll be a little bit lighter, but that way they don't feel like I'm not, I'm not completely compete, and maybe there's some back here that are really small and far away, right? That way you're not competing, and also these are terrible there we go. Right. Or maybe I put something really far in the distance here to kind of like draw the eye in or something, right? Little birds or something. But that way you're not jumping around from, like that way you're also going from foreground to background and maybe back to the foreground or something. Because I find that to be a common thing that I do in environments is I end up putting all of my focal points. Like, let's put this as my main focal point, and then we'll put something up here. It's like, okay, well now they're both my focal points are in the same sort of plane, going into the distance, and that's not good. And so it just feels, it can feel a little samey if you do that too much. I don't think it's objectively a bad thing to do, but it does feel like a thing that's easy to do on accident. And generally, I feel like if you do something on accident, that is an indicator that you probably should have, thought about it, which is advice I always need to hear. But yeah, thank you, Monster Court, for bringing your community in. Hope you're doing wonderful. And also, if you have to raid and run, I totally get it. But I hope you had a good stream. Hope everyone coming in there. I actually don't know anything about your stream. Do you talk through what you're doing, or is it more just like a study, not a study stream, but like a co-working stream? Cat Snack, I meant. Did I say Monster Cord? I think I just said Monster Cord. I meant Cat Snack. But yeah, I don't know much about Cat Snack's stream. Let me give him a shout out. Oh no, I just closed something. You have to head out actually, and no worries, Vegas. It's 5 p.m. here already. Oh, it is getting late. Yeah, I'm going to end stream here very soon. But I will give a shout out to Cat Snack for bringing their community over. What else do I want to do here? Speaking of focal points, I actually have not enough. I'd like little things somewhere in here. Maybe little lights. Again, I don't want to go too hardcore with the lights, but something would be nice. Maybe like a little wood house up here. Sunday morning videos tomorrow? Yeah, I think we can do Sunday morning videos tomorrow. I don't think I did them last week, right? Yeah, we can do it on tomorrow. Especially if we have videos to watch. I don't know if I have any to watch. I don't think I want to paint a cabin. I think this is a good spot to end right now. But yeah, I'll do Sunday morning videos tomorrow. So every Sunday, not every Sunday, every couple Sundays, every other Sunday maybe. I watch some videos in Discord. Anyone can join. Basically, it's just stuff that I collect throughout the week. Mostly art educational things, or anything sort of relevant to art, or the goings-on in art. So yeah, anything painting, drawing, anything from fundamentals and like videos geared at beginners to things more advanced. We're not, I don't really care. It's just nice to hear how different people explain different things, even if it's a topic we've heard 100 times before. Sometimes just hearing it in a different way is a nice way to sort of, make those ideas stick a little bit better. So I'm not too picky about what we watch. And so people can recommend stuff. Sometimes I'll have stuff saved. I don't actually think I have anything saved for tomorrow. So feel free to like look for videos if you want. I'll also look for some. I always do before we watch, but I typically have like my go-to, the Marco Bucci's, the Clint Kearleys, who we haven't really seen in forever. But, there's some different artists that we go to for their stuff. Hardy Fowler, Nathan Fowkes, if they have stuff. I think last week we watched something from Lightbox. It was like a talk that was uploaded. It's very good. So yeah. Okay, something's wrong with my perspective here. I think it's a scale issue. And like, I've created it on accident. Like, contours that give the illusion that this thing is a different, has a different contoured structure than the rest of these. So like these are consistent-ish, and then this one right here is different than all the others. And so it feels wonky. It feels like the angles are not right. I don't know. Maybe that's something I'll have to fix later. We could maybe put like a little boat in here. A yacht. Somebody in their yacht down here. I don't know how yachts look. I don't really know what a yacht is, to be honest. It's just a big boat. I have actually no idea. It's just a boat. Here's a boat. Not a very well-drawn boat, but you know what? Sometimes you just want a boat in your image. Nice little skiff. Is that what it is? A skiff? I don't know. I guess we don't need like we don't need a pole. I think most boats don't have sails these days, right? They do have a little cabin thingy though. A skiff? Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't know my boat terms. They added sailing to RuneScape last week, so I'm brushed up on all the boat lingo. Wait, did they... Wait, they're still updating RuneScape? Like, the old school RuneScape. Is that really... They added a new skill after however many years? That's crazy. I never would have guessed. I've never played RuneScape, I don't think. I have no desire... All I know is it takes, like, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours to, like, grind all the stuff. And you have to be, like, crazy to, like... It just feels so grindy. They're sort of at a peak player count lately. Really? That's wild. You know what's funny? Because I just saw a bunch of people playing Diablo 2 also. Which is, like, an older game. It's funny that some of these older games are, like, still going strong. Gotta go take care of it. We'll be looking forward. We'll be looking forward. Thanks again. Yeah, take care. Yeah, I'm about ready to wrap up here. I'm just kind of fiddling around, twiddling my thumbs. Also, I think these waves are not in perspective either. Like, these are some big waves. So yeah, let's make them smaller and further back. Something like that, maybe. There, maybe something like that. I don't know now if that boat there is weird. I mean, what's it doing? Why is there a boat here? Also, like, in the shallows? It's not right. Make a game good enough and it will ever die? Yeah. But I also think there's a lot of... Like, I don't think quality is the only factor in a lot of games. A lot of times, like, the games that did it first sort of had the initial, like, holding power because people didn't ever get used, especially games back, like, from the early 2000s. A lot of them were like groundbreaking games in their genre, and so they had this major influx of players, and as long as they kept making the game good or continued to release, you could kind of keep people in the game. Not saying the games are bad, but like I think this happens a lot with like Rent. Not again, I don't want to go political, but this is like there's this idea like, oh, if a place is cheaper, you'll move. Well, not really. It has to like be cheaper enough for you to justify moving, right? Because moving can be a big hassle, and moving games can be a big hassle, right? You can be invested. That's true, good enough. Yeah. I thought you meant like if it's so good it'll never die, but yeah, like it can be. I think a lot of those games really did just have they were so groundbreaking at the time. People sort of just fell in love with them. I think Age of Empires 2 is a good example. Like that game is bigger now than ever, which is wild. Because like that game I played that as a kid. And like, a lot of these old games are making comebacks, and yeah, it's pretty cool. And at the right time, yeah. That's true. I think it's just a good. Yeah. It is a lot of it is. I mean, I really do think innovative enough, creative enough that people find something to really like about it. Nowadays, it does feel like a lot of games are they're not really trying to innovate. Sometimes it's more like, what we'll take this, this tried and true genre and change one thing, and that's going to be our innovation. And it just feels like sometimes, I don't know, I think a lot of gamers are kind of gotten used to the sort of this new game after new game, and it's like, it's almost expected before you even play a game that like this, you're just going to play it for a bit and then move on. And I feel like back in the days of, I don't know, the golden age of video games, the 2000s or whatever. A lot of games then, people didn't really have that. People were still using like CD-ROMs for their games, and it was like you didn't really know what to do. Like it wasn't so in our culture with like video game hopping and new updates coming out all this time, and so there was a lot of like, it's just like a different way of playing games and thinking about them. And nowadays, I don't know, I feel like even when I buy a game, I don't really buy that many games, but like I don't know, there's not even the expectation really that you're going to play it forever. I mean, some games are though. Some games absolutely do, but if you manage to make a game that taps into and creates nostalgia, you've got people hooked. I think with RuneScape, the innovation was what caught people, but now they're able to keep people around with well thought out updates. Also, no pay to win. True. I mean, I think longevity is that sort of not killing your own game with sort of pay to win and making it just terrible in the long term. Like once you have a good product, and it's profitable, just like keep innovating, but also don't try to like milk it for all it's worth. I think that's a big thing. Yeah, not having it pay to win is probably a major thing in longevity. I think also, and I don't know, okay, so does RuneScape have like, RuneScape almost might even be the exception, I don't know, but does it have like a modding community? Is there modding in non-Minecraft, in RuneScape? Is there like private servers? Like how much does the community participate with like tools? Are there like in-game tools people use that help them do things or make the game more, user-friendly? Because I know a lot of older games, one of the things that made them so good is that the player base kind of took it into their own hands to like fix the issues and do updates and basically make third-party clients for it. Like Age of Empires is a game that's near and dear to my heart, and that game, it went through so many phases of private servers, or not servers, but like private clients, and to like stop people from cheating, to creating ranking systems, to matchmaking. Like, it basically, the community kept that game alive because they liked it, and then only some like 15 years later did they basically, was there now like a real client, or 20 years later is there a real client that people use. But like up until like 4 years ago, people were using a site called Voobly, which was like the matchmaking for Age of Empires 2. And that game, it was just like entirely third party, and it like that kept it alive, which is crazy. Nowadays, now it's huge because there's new releases and all this stuff. But I think with RuneScape's innovation was what caught people. Yeah, probably. I think I already read that. There's third-party client that the community updates very often. Gotcha. No mods or private servers at all, though. Gotcha. Legal ones? Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, there is sort of... I would love to see, like, a deep dive type thing on, like, all these old games and what makes them stick around. I mean, a lot of it's just got to be like nostalgia also. Like, a lot of these people probably played games, they played them growing up, and then they went to college, got jobs, have a career and a family, and now they're like playing games again, maybe with their kids. You have, and it's like there's sort of a lot of these games have kind of come full, like, I know with again, I keep using Age of Empires as an example because it's one that I know has stuck around for 20 years, and a lot of the people, like, it has a competitive scene. I mean, it's almost entirely a competitive scene. It has, quite a bit of money in tournaments, and it's all because of people funding it. People who are fans of the game are putting money towards tournaments, right? So which I think is pretty neat, and that's something that, you wouldn't have been able to do if your player base is, mostly children, right? Growing up playing this game, and like the game starts to die, there's nobody to revive it, right? And I think a lot of these games, because it was like the first games that people loved, the fans were the ones to revive them. And that's kind of my armchair theory without looking into it, is that a lot of these games are like held up by the community because of the investment and work people do to make them still playable, and then eventually they get like official support, maybe. I don't know. Because I think that happened to Diablo, I think, as well. Diablo 2 stopped getting support, and then I think the community took it into their hands, and then I don't know if Diablo 2 Resurrection is an official thing or not. I don't even think it is. But I don't know what people are playing now, but I think it might even be official. I think they may have... I actually don't know, but is the current Diablo 2 that people play officially Blizzard or not? I have no idea. But it wouldn't surprise me if it's not. It also wouldn't surprise me if it is, if after all these years Blizzard tried to get back in it, because like, oh, people are still playing this game. Let's be the real ones who make the money from it or whatever. But I don't know if that's how it works. Yeah. Some of those communities are pretty amazing. I'm actually, what I'm really surprised in, since we're talking about video games, and I have mentioned Age of Empires a couple times, and also StarCraft was a huge game. Have there been any, like, maybe there's just not a new market for it, but like RTS games, real-time strategies, they basically aren't a thing anymore, right? Like, nobody's making new strategy games. I mean, I guess Sims still exists, and they keep, not Sims, Civilization. I think they're still making Civs, so that's kind of a strategy game. It's not really an RTS though. It's not really real time. It's a strategy game, but not real time. I don't know. It's. I saw an ad for classic WoW doing Mists of Pandaria. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's definitely been something that. Yeah, a lot of people's first MMO was World of Warcraft, and then over the years, although that one feels a little weird to me with sort of the community life of that, because that, like, going back to Classic was definitely now appealing to the people who played it originally, right? So it's like recapturing the market that they lost. But I mean, I'm surprised. Honestly, I am surprised World of Warcraft stayed alive. Right? There was a good, what, 6-7 years where I'm not sure how people were still playing World of Warcraft. It didn't seem to be cutting edge. It seemed to just be like legacy users, staying addicted or staying in it because they had been so invested. The classic WoW resurgence makes sense. I understand that, I think. Is a strategy game different from a tactics game? Yeah. So strategy being like StarCraft, Age of Empires, there's a bunch of Age of Mythology. These top-down games, you control a bunch of little units in real time. You build buildings to produce units. You typically mine resources, and you attack your opponent. I mean, I guess you could argue some sort of tactics games or sort of spin-offs, but I guess it depends on what you mean by tactics games. I know like teamfight tactics is not what I would call. I mean, it's strategy. It uses strategy, right? But it's not a real-time strategy game. It's more of like a planning game, kind of. You know what I mean? Like, you're not. I mean, I guess MOBAs. I mean, MOBAs were born from RTSs, right? Warcraft 3, not World of Warcraft, but Warcraft 3 is original Dota was a mod. It was a map, a custom map for Warcraft 3, and then that spawned the entire genre of MOBAs from Dota, and then Dota came a bunch of others, including League of Legends, which obviously now dominates, and then Dota 2 came later, and now Dota 2's I think still very big. So you basically have Dota 2 and League of Legends, but those aren't actually RTSs, right? There is strategy, they are team games, but RTSs are like, it's kind of a dead genre, I think, in terms of like new games. People aren't really making them. There's basically, people still play StarCraft 2. People still play Age of Empires 2, but those are like over 10 years old. Some maybe even more than that. StarCraft 2 is like 15 years old or something at this point, and Age of Empires 2 is like 20 years old or more. So it's crazy that like those two games I think are still dominating the scene. I don't think there's really. I know, like, I saw an ad for like Command and Conquer Red Alert revision or something, like trying to bring that back from the grave, which the resource management and economics of the economics of RTS really set them apart. Yeah, there was a lot of like build orders and optimization of sort of, a lot of min-maxing. It's very nerdy, and I think for a lot of people it was more stressful, and it was like the first real competitive games that weren't shooters. And I think that's kind of what made people fall in love with it. That's probably also why the genre has kind of gone away in terms of like new games, is because it's sort of a stressful inducing thing. Like, you have to be really hardcore about it. It's good. It's great for the hardcore gamers, but I think it's hard to get new people in. That's my theory. Again, I don't have anything to base this on, just my gut impression. Okay, I think this is a good spot to stop, though. Thanks for being here, everybody. I really appreciate it. I like our little painting we did today. And by little, I mean very, very long. It's very loose, very rough. It's obviously, lots of texture brushes and nothing fancy. But it's kind of fun. I think we are going to raid. Let's go raid someone. If you're on YouTube, if you're viewing on YouTube, there's probably one of you or something. Thanks for being here. I do have all the VODs on YouTube. It's, youtube.com/jstiller30. All the VODs go to YouTube, so if you ever want to watch something. I also try to put all the thumbnails of the previous streams, so if you're ever curious of, like, a painting that I've done at any point, you can always watch the video for that. So, for example, I'm just doing a little self-promo now. Oh, what just happened? What is happening with my mouse? It's like getting away from me. But anyway, I try to put all of the thumbnails of the videos on the stream so that if you ever like scroll through and you see like, oh, this is a cool painting, and then you can watch me paint it, right? Or like, oh, this is a neat one, and then you can see me paint it. Stuff like that. It's probably, I don't really expect people to ever go through the old VODs, but I do have them all there, or most of them. Now this one's actually, I still like that painting. But anyway, I do have a VOD channel, so that's there. It's just in the live category. But anyway, that's my self-promo for the day. So yeah, thanks. Thanks for being here, everybody. I'm gonna go find somebody to raid. I mean, my cursor is wigging out. I can't move it smoothly. It's jumping all over. I don't know what's happening. Is there like a fuzz in it, maybe? That's blocking the laser? I don't know. I do not know. But you know what I do know?